the back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Hey, the crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Boys, how are we? I want to thank you. A couple thanks are in order. Number one, thank you to USC for ending Middays with Matt on Friday. I want to apologize. I was not aware that I shouldn't have been.
That your show that goes from 10 to 2 ends at 2?
Yes.
No, ignorance of the law isn't an excuse.
To me, my show goes from
Sorry, officer. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to murder.
9:48 to 1:45 is how I view my show.
Interesting.
And so because that's what it is every single day, I didn't really account, and not to throw our PD under the bus, but neither did he.
Yikes.
Account for, like you're not crossing over, so you have to.
This is like the whole how you used to start at 6:10 in the morning. You just didn't understand.
I was just told that's the way we do things.
This is how it is. How it works.
So it was
you live and learn.
Yeah. So I want to apologize for that. I want to thank you for only there being one Mr. H reference in regards to all the words that are said in the show or a direct correlation to Matt. Thank you. Could have gone way worse.
Okay.
I also want to give a thank you to John Bishop.
What for?
For doing Blue Jay overtime. Very nice, very sweet of him, very kind.
Yeah.
Pretty simple.
Got me out of I had to find a replacement for
Still
Blue
think
Jay
you should
overtime.
have just recorded it.
I couldn't record.
You could have
a
nailed
game.
it. They lost in horrifying fashion again. They made a nice run. Like you could have predicted exactly what was going to happen. It was like a classic game from this year.
So thank you, John.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you.
No problem. Piece of cake.
Any thanks to Nick Grimm.
No, Nick didn't do it.
I didn't do anything.
All right.
That's fine.
Perfect.
Nick, I love Nick. Nick's great.
Hmm.
I actually
I love
almost
you too.
bought a gift for Nick. And then I thought, why would I
Did you
spend
buy
my
a
money
gift
on
for
Nick?
John and I?
I did buy a gift for John.
But not me.
I hope it's not that damn hat.
No. I knew you two would say something.
And it's a stupid rope hat. Good Lord,
I
the
love
Bears
rope hats.
can't even do that right.
The rope hat's
The
cool.
Bears can't even do that right.
This is one
It
of
would've
John's
been better.
weirdest
It
takes.
would've
John should
been-
love rope hats.
No, I do not like. I didn't like them when they came out in my generation. Hated them.
My question is it really a successful season if you didn't win your conference? If you didn't win your division? If you didn't win your division, did you really have that good of a year?
Where's your NFC divisional round runner-up hat?
No, I just have the NFC North champion. I spent $90 on NFC North champion.
$90?
That is the dumbest crap I've ever heard.
How much was the hat?
This was
Probably like $50.
I think it was like 40.
Good Lord. Hats
And
are
then-
so expensive
Jeez.
these days.
Hats do be expensive.
And then I
What is
bought
this? The gas prices?
and then I bought two shirts. Bought two different shirts for winning the NFC North. I liked both
I mean,
of them.
I realize it's been a while
It's been a long. It was
since the
50
Bears have had any material to sell in the offseason.
It had been
but
8 years, and only 4 times since I was born they had won the division.
Hmm.
So I was
Okay.
like, I'm buying my merch. And
No,
so
real quick. So you bought John something?
I did, yeah.
What'd
I
you buy
left
him?
it at home,
Is it?
so I'll give it to you tomorrow.
you don't need to buy me anything.
So wait,
I
was this
just
for
think
the
it's
doing the show? If I would have realized there were things to get from you, I would have volunteered.
That's why I asked you. I go, does John drink
whiskey.
any spirits? Like,
Yeah,
I was trying to
I
see.
told this to Riss when we were hanging out this week, and I go, yeah. Oh, because we were listening to your post game show. We were in the car at that time, and I said, yeah. Matt asked me about whiskey. And I was like, if I would have known that I could have gotten some bourbon out of Matt, I would have happily volunteered.
well, I
That's how
asked
you
him to
know
go,
John's a cool guy. He's not as transactional as you are.
And John didn't ask for a gift, and John
I know.
is
No, I
genuine
didn't
when
know.
he says that he doesn't want a gift, but John is going to have to accept my gift because I got him.
What if I don't?
Accept him.
What if I don't?
All right, then I'll wear it.
It's very nice of you, Matt, that you got him a gift.
Why didn't they bail me out? It was very nice.
Yeah,
I was
like I
asking
said,
if
it
you
was a
liked
piece of
whiskey
cake.
or tequila. I took you as a tequila man. I don't know. You
I
just-
don't mind tequila.
You just
Okay, I
struck
just
me
told
as
him
a
no.
guy.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
who-
tequila's in margaritas. I mean,
Yeah.
I just didn't know if you drank it straight.
I don't drink a lot of those things straight, but
Yeah.
you can always make things. Out
You
of
you
them.
didn't
That's
honestly
true.
you don't come off as like a whiskey guy.
I'm not.
Yeah, and I could kind of tell. I was like, I think John would like tequila, or
Mm.
maybe you were like an eccentric vodka drinker. I don't know.
Eccentric
You just
vodka
look like a
drinker.
white liquor type of guy. You just
Mm.
Do you
give
like
off,
vodka?
You give off the
I
white
hate
liquor
vodka.
vibe.
Vodka's
Again,
great.
I'm fine with
mixed
vodka.
drinks are fine. Some mixed drinks are fine.
First time I
don't.
like-
I rarely drink anything straight
Well, the
unless
fir-
it's beer.
First
Well-
few times I got drunk, I had lots of vodka and I threw it up, and I've been out on it ever since.
Your partner over here, I revealed to me, he goes, John just likes beer. And I'm like, what an American man born on the 4th of July.
Well, I do.
Every day's a good day for
I do.
drinking.
every time's a good time.
Again, there are some mixed drinks I enjoy, but you know,
John's
What's your
not like
favorite
you,
mix-
where he's like wanting to go get hammered.
I don't want to go get hammered.
Okay.
you don't want
My idea was totally buzzed.
Yeah, I know, but you also like getting hammered.
Yeah, when the sports schedule permits it.
Nice.
When the sports schedule allows.
Sports
When the
Schedule
sports schedule allows,
Nice.
I get hammered.
whose hand me down are you wearing?
This
Oh, good
was from
question.
my buddy who was on the Nebraska football operations staff when they went out to Ireland.
They didn't want to keep that.
And this jacket has the 2021 Aer Lingus Classic.
Yes.
Wait,
patch.
2021?
Or 2022
I was
Aer
gonna say, why did they
Lingus.
have the previous year?
2022 Aer Lingus Classic patch. There's
Okay,
a lot
I
of
like
coats.
I like the silhouette of the kicker doing the onside.
Yes, it's great. It's a
A
nice
very
little
nice
addition.
touch.
See, they probably wanted to get rid of it after the onside. They didn't want any proof that they were ever there.
That is honestly like the coolest piece of memorabilia one could have from the Scott Frost era.
Is
Pretty fun.
the
Yeah.
Aer Lingus Classic
The
Yeah.
day
coat.
that all of the idiots finally said, you know what, maybe he's not going to be the
Yeah.
guy.
I'm going to be honest with
Morons.
you. Because I knew the Northwestern team really well. When Ryan Holinsky starts slinging on your defense,
Yikes.
you got problems.
That defense sucked.
Yeah. Well,
What?
nothing.
Okay. I remember when we did the fired Scott Frost show
Mm-hmm.
on what day, Nick?
Sunday,
What was the day?
9/11.
9/11. Never forget. Scott Frost got fired.
I just had to listen to it again because I was trying to remember
Brock
how
Heward goes, oh.
I was trying to remember how our friend Jason
Jason
Benetti
Benetti.
and just
Hey,
an
hey.
onside kick.
Hey,
Ah.
Hey, watch this. Apparently.
That's what Frost said. The word on the street is that Frost said on the sidelines, hey, watch this.
What
Another
a
person
cool
said this.
person.
Another person
There's
said,
another. I heard the other thing.
you know what?
Too.
We're
Let's just
past
say it. Let's
okay.
say it because
Okay.
I think you and I have the same thing. What did he also apparently, allegedly, rumoredly say?
Yeah, the I guess I want to make sure I get the verbiage right. It was something like, do you want to watch a guy get fired, or
This is going to get me fired.
this is going to get me
It
fired?
was some sort of, he looked at, and you could correct me, but the rumor was he looked at Trev and he said, watch this.
And because I heard the story that he said that to an assistant.
Okay.
That he said the part about getting fired.
So he didn't say it to Trev.
Yeah.
But what I heard was he said to Trev, watch this. And then he kept walking down the line and told somebody else, this is going to get me fired.
Yeah. And then they kicked it onside.
That is the rumor.
Northwestern recovered it. They won.
Wow,
And
so
Nebraska lost.
He was trying to get fired, which is maybe why they kept him a little
Look,
longer.
All right. I've never said really a whole lot of good thing about Scott Frost as a coach, but I'll give him this. He got fired early, so he got the full bag.
Yes,
If they would have waited 2 weeks, it would have been cut in half.
because we were all waiting for the Indiana game because that's when the date was that the buyout got reduced.
Do you remember we were in the press box, you and me, for the
Mhm.
Georgia Southern game?
Mm-hmm.
And they were doing the Simba cam during the game where the parents were holding up the little kids.
Yeah.
And I said in the press box, I go, do you think they're going to show Trev holding up a $15 million check?
That's a good joke.
That's
And
funny.
you had the same laugh now as you did then.
That's a good joke, Matt.
That's really funny.
I remember that night I left the because I was helping out with Fox. I was
Yeah.
helping out with that's where
Yeah.
I met Noah Eagle, friend of the group.
friend
Friend
of Matt McMaster.
Friend of Matt McMaster. And so I left and I had heard something from two separate people on my way out the door that night that it might be happening on Sunday. And so immediately I was getting on the horn. I was telling John, we got to be prepared. We got to be ready to go. Yada, yada, yada.
So I was with Cole Stukenholtz, who I did Husker Hour with on
Yeah.
KLIN. And, Cole does the show, but he's in the business, but out of the business. Like he was, I think didn't he work with you, John, like in 2004, like the Husker Radio Network or something,
No.
or he was around?
He was around, but it was after my
Anyway,
time.
Cole's been around forever, right?
Mhm.
We're walking out and we're walking to his car. He was parked on like M Street, right? But like he was kind of close to like, down like the Haymarket, and it was a ghost town. And I remember being like, dude, this sucks. Like nobody is out. Nobody's drinking. Nobody's having a good time. Like this sucks. And he's like, yeah, that's why he's going to get fired on Sunday. he's like, you see this visual of like this place being depressed? Like 30 years ago, this was like the party capital of the state. And now it's like this, like he's gone Sunday. There's no way he is.
And indeed, he was fired on Sunday.
Well, I was saying I didn't think he would get fired because I was like, think about the millions of dollars. And then I quickly learned it didn't matter.
Yeah.
It did not.
I had many conversations with one particular person from Creighton who, obviously they're playing in different ballparks in terms of the money. And they were like, there's no way that they would eat that. And I said, they will vote.
Well,
like
the craziest part is that they had to wait 2 weeks. They just had to wait 2 weeks for it to be cut in half.
Oh, you're talking about that? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
If they waited what past the Oklahoma game?
It was the Indiana game.
If he made it to the Indiana game, then it was 7.5 as opposed to 15.
Correct.
So I mean, as we've already
Isn't
joked,
that crazy that they were just so sick and tired that they were willing to eat $7.5 million more dollars?
So Georgia Southern was on September 10th, obviously, given 9/11 was the next day. Then Oklahoma was the 17th, and then they had an off week, and then they played Indiana. So they had to wait until, what was it, midnight October 2nd?
Yeah, it was after the Indiana game.
That they could have done it. They could have done it on that Sunday. So they only needed 2 more games. And Happer and I have always been triggered that the 49-14 Oklahoma loss wasn't on his ledger.
Yeah.
Because at that time, remember, they only lost by a score. Every game, they always lose by a score. And it was like, he needs to have that game.
The only time he got blown out was the rock bottom game against Michigan.
I don't think they ever held it. Like
That's the only time they really got lit up.
Well, what about the Illinois reverse cover? You wouldn't put that in the blowout category?
Well,
Ohio State beat them that year 52-17.
Yeah, okay.
They had a few of them. Just, the rock bottom game was the rock. Well, remember Ohio State in 2019 beat them 48-7.
That was
that didn't count because they ran the option.
Oh, that's right. They did run the option.
They ran the option, and then people were calling in on the overreaction, saying, "Well, they should do that more often."
Don't forget the Illinois game to begin the 2021 season. That doesn't count either because they were running a defensive formation that they weren't ready for.
Had no idea that it was going to happen.
I had no idea that cover 3 existed. Had no clue.
If you go into the archives of the 1620 The Zone YouTube channel from the 2021 Illinois game, John and I did a halftime show because we used to do those from time to time.
Oh, wow.
And I was in my friend's backyard playing fetch with his dog the whole time that I'm talking to John on camera. It's really funny. I'm holding my phone and then I'm throwing the dog
What if we did a halftime show for Nebraska football and we took calls at halftime?
No. Absolutely
It's
not.
electric radio.
We just read comments on the
I've been a
YouTube
part
channel.
of a multiple broadcasts where during the halftime show they take calls.
That's wild.
And it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, but
Let's see if I can find the video. Yep, there it is. Husker halftime program from 1620 The Zones on Sportsmanlike Conduct - Illinois. And there I am in my friend's backyard.
Yep.
Good times.
All right. So I had this prompt for the crossover from the morning to the midday.
Okay.
So I drive on Dodge and I get really annoyed that I just feel like when I'm driving to work in the morning, the places that I would stop in the morning to eat are on the left side of Dodge.
Yeah.
And when I'm driving back home,
They're also on the left side.
the places that I would eat for lunch are on the left side.
That's
Okay.
pretty funny.
It's just like, it's ridiculous where it's like, I would eat Popeyes, Wendy's, Subway for lunch, right? Like I would find, but I'm driving back. They're on the left.
They're on the wrong
John's.
So
side.
wait, what are the places when you come here in the morning that are on the left?
Ruger's Bagels is on the left and
Okay.
McDonald's is on the left.
Yeah.
And then
That's hilarious.
the Casey's gas station
Is on
where
the
I
left.
could get breakfast, pizza,
Pizza.
or I could get coffee or anything.
It's on the
All
left.
on the
all
left.
on the left.
It's ridiculous.
Yep.
I'm like, it's so inconvenient.
We used to have a Burger King over here. I
Okay.
don't know when it closed, but that could have been a breakfast place for you.
I'm not-
Croissants.
Yeah, I'm not going to Long John Silver's on the right for breakfast. Okay.
Correct.
I'm
Well,
still pissed that Long John Silver survived in that Burger King.
And not Burger King. I've seen multiple Burger Kings that are
I live right next to a Burger King.
yeah.
I eat Burger King once or twice a week.
I love a Whopper.
And
Oh
people,
my
and
God.
Sometimes a Whopper hits.
But
I'm with you. I'm
But
with
to your
you.
point
Whopper
about
Wednesdays. Are you on the app? If you get on the app, you get a
Nick
$2
hates
Whopper
apps.
on Wednesdays.
I don't like fast food apps. but
I
did not
have
know
He
so
that.
doesn't
many
like
fast food
rewards
apps.
points.
I love rewards. I'm a reward.
I love rewards too.
I'm an extremist when it comes to this.
Mm.
Okay.
I understand. I totally understand where you're coming from because you have to cross against traffic and then cross back against traffic.
I got to take.
I won't do restaurants on the left on the interstate where I can like cross over the overpass and then come back.
Even when there's like an exit and you can take a left at a light.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I don't want to go those extra feet, and I don't
Fair
want to have
enough.
to come back the other way and then I have to stop at a traffic light.
Yeah.
So every time I drive home, you know, now there's not a ton of options on the left going to Lincoln.
Yeah.
But
the left has very few options. You're correct.
right. I mean, the good news is on the right, you've got McDonald's, you've got a Taco Bell, you used to have a Taco John's.
And then on the left, you got like JB and like Kamala and
Kamala?
Nice.
Thank you.
Nice.
Okay,
That
I
was a
missed
good
the joke at first.
I also did. That's why I repeated Kamala.
So wait, you
Like,
don't-
Is that a place?
So wow, that's interesting that you just won't even turn left off of the interstate.
That's crazy.
I-
that is wild. That is wild to me. That is
unless
not
I
normal.
am like dead set on going to a certain place, I won't
I guess
do
on
it.
your way home though, there aren't really places.
There aren't, and there
Yeah,
aren't.
So all of them are off to the right.
telling
About
me-
the only one, but on the way home is the Wendy's.
You're telling me if you saw a combined Culver's Cinnabons on the left of the interstate, you wouldn't get off to go over there?
That's
Probably not.
unhinged. A Culver Cinnabon.
Do you know how
I would love to eat at the
sick that
Culver
would be?
Cinnabons.
The Culver Cinnabon would be the
Well,
greatest
okay, but
combination
Cinnabon
of
is
fast food
Cinnabon
restaurant
does
ever.
Cinnabon is not good car.
Are
eating
you
food.
are you telling me right now that you wouldn't want to have a single butter burger with cheese curds and on the side for dessert
A
you have a
cinnamon roll?
Cinnabon?
Not when I'm driving. A Cinnabon is not good driving food.
I think a Cinnabon can be eaten whenever, regardless of
Not
whether
when
you're driving or not.
Anytime's a good
Not
time. for
any
a sit-down.
Anytime
Cinnabon.
is a good time for Cinnabon. That's why I'm 208 pounds right now. My mother told me we got work to do. when I
Did
came
she
home.
really?
Yep. She goes, "You're not bad, but because we were trying on jeans,
Yeah.
and I'm like a 34 to a 36.
Yeah.
Like it depends on the type of jean.
Yeah.
We tried on a 34, and she goes,
I don't like how you say we.
I tried on a
There we
34
go.
pair of
All right.
jeans, and
She pulled
it
him up
was,
for him.
It was a little.
Mom,
And
could
my
you button
mom-
my jeans
My
for
mom
me,
literally
please?
went, "Oof."
Ooh.
I'm sorry your mom's fat shaming you. That's not okay.
You know what?
Or
I
is
need
she
it.
motivating him?
I literally.
She's his
I'm-
life coach.
I'm
Nick.
an-
She is the original life coach in Matt's life.
Who's the current life coach in my life?
Me.
Okay, there we go. I was waiting for that.
I don't talk about your weight. I just talk about your skin.
It's
That's-
bad skin.
yeah.
I know. I got Sky Rizzy
Is
got
it- is-
and skin.
Is it clearing?
Nope.
Why? Don't you have this? Don't you have the cream in the clear?
The
I don't-
rhythm, kism, ad rhythm.
I don't know why.
Ooh.
Stib says, I wish someone would have fat shamed me long ago.
Look, I love and first off, the lady is used to me being 170 to 185 pounds,
Mhm.
literally my entire life. And the only other time I got this heavy was when I worked 40 hours a week. So it's now happened
And now
again.
you're working 40 hours a
where
week.
it's happened again where it's like I've had a tough time managing my health with working a full-time job.
Mhm.
So she was like, can't be a schlub. You don't have a girlfriend. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay.
Wow. So she's thinking long term.
Yes.
Are you dating anybody? Are
Yes.
you going to get married anytime soon?
Yeah.
Are you
Yes.
going to give me a grandbaby? That's what your mom cares
Well,
about.
she
That's
already has a
selfish.
grandbaby.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's
Okay.
kind of
Yeah,
selfish.
we got-
when moms are like, "When are you going to give me a grandkid?"
Thankfully,
got
my
my
parents don't
niece-
ask anymore.
We got my niece a rocking horse,
Nice.
and she's like,
Classic.
she's been rocking on the horse the whole
Nice.
weekend.
As one does.
I think my parents screwed over my brother because their daughter's now gonna want to be an equestrian, and horses aren't cheap.
Oh, you think they turned her into a horse girl?
I think they did.
Oh,
Good
no.
movie. By the way, Carol writes, see, I said it last week. Matt's getting hella big now.
Hella big. is
That's
ridiculous.
messed up.
Yeah.
I
Wow,
don't
that's
think I'm.
mean, Carol.
I think the bigger question though is posed by
No pun
Baymon.
intended.
Matt is trying on jeans with his mom.
Thank you. That was that. Obviously.
She had a lot of jeans that my dad just doesn't. My dad is just done.
Oh,
wearing
these are
jeans.
secondhand
Oh,
jeans. Well, he
Oh,
loves
that's right.
secondhand
It is.
clothes.
It is secondhand Matt.
dad
here. I mean,
jeans.
everything he owns is
Literally
secondhand.
dad
All right,
jeans.
everybody-
I'm guessing that
everybody-
hat was
wait,
probably
Jake,
worn
why
by.
was Matt shopping for jeans with his mom? Is he in junior high?
So listen, first off, I got shamed because they were like, "Oh, you're from the northwest suburbs, and you're super rich, and Matt never worked an honest day in his life, and this that." Like people
I've never
tried
said
to this is the morning show audience would try and
Sure.
privilege
that.
shame.
Have you
me.
seen his car?
And then now
I mean,
I'm
that's fair,
and
actually.
and
I've seen
now
his car.
now I'm here and I'm telling people that I'm being frugal and I'm I'm not spending a lot on clothes, and all
Go
of a
to
sudden
Burger
I'm
King
being
twice a
poor
week and you go
shamed.
shucks every other day.
Well, I'm going to Shields today. I can't wait.
Why are you going to Shields?
Yeah, they don't have secondhand clothes there.
They have jerky.
I got to get darts.
Okay.
Darts.
I'm being frugal and I have to get darts.
Is
Do
there
not go
nowhere?
No, they
together.
don't.
Is there nowhere else to get darts other than shields?
But it's Shields. I get to like walk around.
I do like walking around shields.
Wow. Poll
He gets
question.
it.
Do you like walking around Shields?
We've already asked that poll question.
All right. I don't like walking around Shields. Nothing against it. It just reminds me of Christmas time when I have to shop. So I don't
You don't
go to
like
Shields.
Christmas?
No, I love Christmas.
What are you, the Grouch? Or
No,
the
I
Grinch?
love. Got him. Kyle, hold on. Matt lives 2 states away, but his mommy still picks out his clothes.
She goes, I have all these jeans for you. And
Look
I'm
at
like,
these
and I'm
jeans.
like, those are a 38. That won't fit me. And I put them on and I go, they fit me.
Oh no.
That's always the worst.
Wow.
Like,
Well,
I was, like,
trying on-
I was like, they'll be way too loose. And then I put them on and I go, wow, these fit great.
You're trying on clothes at a place. You're like, we'll do it for fun.
Like, this is my motivation. I knew that if I came on the air and I was open about this, that enough people would make
Oh,
fun
they're
of me
ripping
about
on
it.
you. Yeah.
That I can, now I'm going to be like, all right, I'm going to change. I'm going to get a Bowflex.
So when I
Bowflex.
probably when I was at my okay,
so
what
you're
year
gonna
is
get
it?
darts
Are those still
and a
around?
Bowflex.
What year is it? I feel
was
like I'm watching PTI in
Yeah.
2003 and it
Yeah,
comes up
this
during a
is-
commercial.
Gilbert Arenas is not going to win anything for the Wizards.
So when I was at my heaviest, my best friend, he got married and I was his best man. And so I, had to go do the fitting for the suit and everything. So I told him my size and he was like, yeah, maybe let's try it just like a little bigger. I think it might,
Mm.
I think it might like fit your body better. And I was like, wow, that's one way of saying it. But yeah. And then guess what?
It did.
He was right. Yeah. I don't have that suit anymore though.
Hmm.
Got rid of it a long
I was quoting a movie. It was Avengers Infinity War.
Yeah.
Where Chris Pratt got fat like between movies and like
Mhm.
they made a joke about it. It's like, I'm going to get a Bowflex. I'm going
Mhm.
to change.
Mm.
I saw a movie this weekend at a movie theater.
Congrats.
Wow.
Wow. I love this. Which movie?
Crime 101 with Chris Hemsworth.
Okay. That's not my kind of movie. Was it any good?
It had a great cast.
Yeah.
Halle Berry was in it. Mark
Again,
Ruffalo.
what year is it?
What Jason Bateman is to cheating, like getting cheated on in movies, Mark Ruffalo is to like being a civil servant.
I do like Mark Ruffalo.
Like that guy just plays every cop and journalist role in Hollywood now. Like he owns rugged veteran cop that his life isn't
Well, you're
going
not kidding.
anywhere.
Jennifer Jason Lee, Nick Nolte,
Yeah. The
Yeah.
girl from Top Gun Maverick, who was great. She was in it.
the girl from Top Gun Maverick,
Yeah.
Monica Barbaro.
Yeah, I guess.
That's a-
She was great.
Barbaro. I thought he was dead.
The one and then the guy who played Benny from In the Heights. He plays one of the officers.
Don't know who that is.
I know if I looked him up, I would know who he is.
Corey Hawkins
So you go all the way to Chicago
to see
to
a
go to a
movie,
movie.
and shop with mommy.
And well, not even
I
shop.
didn't
it's just
shop.
It's hand-me-downs.
Hand me downs.
Hand-me-downs with
This
mommy.
is every Friday growing up, Dad and I would go to a movie. Well, on Friday we went to a movie. By the way, if this movie came out in
Yeah.
2013, there
Yeah.
would be like a Crime 102
You think so?
or like a
they'd go-
Crime 201.
We'd get a sequel.
Yeah, it'd be one of those where it's like, oh, this is a good enough movie. We just make sequels now.
I like the
Make a
idea that it's Crime 102.
Yeah.
Rather, and you figured it out on the next comment.
Exactly.
It'd be Crime
sequel.
201.
It would be Crime 201.
Yeah.
You know?
Like
And then,
college.
but now that we're not in that era where we're just making movies to make movies like we did in the early 2010s,
88% on Rotten Tomatoes.
dude, it's sick. It's a
Wow.
it's
All
a
right.
it's a really well, like from a cinematic, like cinematography standpoint,
Mhm.
like they do a great job. It's like 3 different characters and you're transitioning to each of their stories. And then as the movie goes on, they get interwoven and interconnected to each other, but they do an awesome job with their transitions. Like the way they would transition from one person's story to another person's story was like awesome cinematography. I really enjoyed it. It's not your type of movie, but
Patrick writes, going back to Jerry Ryan and them telling me my sizes have certainly changed since my last suit before being measured was humbling. Maybe that's what everybody needs. Just go and get measured for a suit, and that'll be the motivation you need.
my motivating factor to losing weight is my clothes because I just don't
want to buy new clothes.
Yes.
Yeah. That is a great motivating factor.
So I'm going to change.
Okay. Good luck.
I'm
What's
not
your game
gonna,
plan?
I'm not going to eat lunch, have extravagant lunches.
Want to
anymore.
come train for a marathon?
No more extravagant lunches.
Shucks on Fridays.
I was going to say, except for on Fridays, definitely. And the weekends, of course. And then sometimes Monday because
I mean, it would seem to stand that the shucks might be the biggest problem.
No, I talk to the bartender over there all the time, and she tells me it's good weight for me. That's what she tells me. I believe
The
her.
seafood?
She's great.
I bet she is.
Oh, well, okay. So this is
the manager of Shucks
Mm.
telling me this is good food for me to eat.
Well, of course. I mean, she's doing her job trying to sell more of her product.
This is really healthy. And she
Yeah.
gives him a Cinnabon.
Yeah.
She goes, no, have the fancy oysters today.
I think you need more butter.
Nate, New Jersey Texan, losing weight starts in the kitchen, Matt, but I guess that means you need to learn how to cook. Wow.
Tell him.
Wow.
You tell him.
Yeah, Matt knows how to cook. Matt's a good cook. I've had his food twice. How many times have I had your food? Twice?
Did you eat that pasta at the little potluck we had?
3 times then. Because you brought something over to my house that one time, too.
I did.
Yeah.
I brought a
Matt-
cobbler.
Matt is a good cook. I'm
I made
impressed
it.
by Matt,
I made a peach cobbler.
especially for such a young man.
Yeah.
He likes getting
What a
his
progression.
fingernails dirty.
We don't call Matt an itty baby boy anymore.
Just a young man. Proud of you, Matt. You'll be
John,
24 before
John,
you know it.
yeah, call me a young man, John.
A young man? Well, you are a young man.
Yeah.
John calls basketball players young men. He
They
does.
are. Well, they are.
It's like, good job, young man.
Do you see me and a lot of the Creighton basketball players you're around?
No, not really.
What, they're athletic, tall, motivated, in shape?
Something like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
You're like one of those things.
But how many of them have bits?
Excellent question.
I have no idea
Yeah,
how many
who's
of them
funnier,
have
Matt
bits.
or
Fedor Zugic.
Yeah, exactly. Who's
I
funnier?
mean, Fedora's got a good sense of
God
humor.
dang it. Can you be
He
on my
does.
team for once?
Well, he is.
Can you
I'm
be
just
my
saying.
Janetti to my Michaels?
He's
That's
just-
all I ask.
Who's the better
you
cook, Owen
asked.
Freeman or Matt McMaster?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Owen.
Who was the one from the right before Christmas? He was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna make something," and he said,
Oh, you asked
The
Conan.
spatchcock.
You asked Conan
No,
if
not
he
that.
could have your his mom's kebabs.
No.
No,
There was somebody that you asked, and they had like looked over at whoever your partner was that game, and like they said it wrong, and it was obvious like you don't know how to cook. Who was that? I can't remember who it was.
Oh,
it was
yeah,
very
we,
funny.
We set up. I can't remember who we set up, but yeah.
You said you wanted to have one of the players' mom's kebabs.
No. All I said was my mother made good kebab.
Oh, yeah. You're like, you can have my mom's kebabs. is
Wow,
what-
that sounds very inappropriate.
You offered up your mother's kebabs.
They're
to Kira
delicious.
Conan.
Don't eat
They were-
another man's mom's
Yeah.
kebabs.
They were
Here, you're not in
delicious.
Turkey to have your mom's kebabs. Have my mom's kebabs.
Kyle writes, my fiance dropped the line, remember who keeps you fat. I'm not sure if I should feel lucky or insulted.
You really do be gaining weight when you meet somebody.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you
Crap,
talk
I'm
about that.
screwed.
I got bigger. I got pudgy.
No, you're not. You're beautiful.
Oh, thanks. I still have more weight now than I did before I met Paige.
Wedding's
Okay.
coming up.
It is.
Wow, we're
get-
getting close.
We're
We're getting really close.
I'm excited
very
for you
close.
guys.
Thank you. I appreciate
He
it.
was talking to John and me for
Oh.
going, not for you.
Sounds like a great party.
It does sound like a great party.
Stibs-a-palooza.
It's going to be great. You're going to have a great time.
Well, enjoy those celery sticks, apparently.
No, I mean, I don't diet on Friday, Saturday, Sundays, or Mondays,
Exactly.
or Tuesdays, or Wednesdays.
Or after
it-
Creighton basketball games.
You're in bad shape then.
Yeah, maybe Blue Jay overtime made me fat. Maybe I should blame the Jays.
Well, how about
I
this?
got so
How is
sick
that?
and I got so sick and tired of watching that basketball. I started stuffing my face with food.
Or
Ryan in
maybe
Delaware.
you just stuffed your face with food.
I think that's probably more accurate.
Ryan in
But
Delaware texts in, former fat guy, and then the raised hand emoji, 375 lbs. I knew I needed to make a change when I couldn't fit on a roller coaster at Six Flags and had to take the walk of shame. Now I'm smaller than Matt.
Oh,
Dang, good
Congrats.
for you. Congrats,
great
Ryan.
for you.
That's awesome.
All
I need
because of a roller coaster.
Maybe I need to go on roller coasters.
Tina writes,
Maybe.
wait, Nick is getting married. This is the first I'm hearing of this.
yeah. I tried to keep it under wraps.
Yeah,
I
you-
didn't want
Did
a whole
you?
lot of people to know.
Would it surprise you that I don't like roller coasters?
Yes, it does.
Why?
Motion sickness just gets me.
Really?
Yeah,
Soft.
I like the animated rides.
Okay.
The
Like
animated
with the
rides?
animatronics?
Yeah, I like Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh, that's not a ride. That's just sitting there watching
You're not beating
robot
the
mice.
mommy
No, are you?
allegations.
So are you thinking about that ride in Disneyland where they're just singing?
There's
Like
like,
the
they
robot
have like they do
singing?
like a giant drop version of like Guardians of the Galaxy 2 at like Universal Studios where you're not like flipping around.
I could never afford to go there.
Dude, Universal Studios is awesome.
Hmm.
You should make more money to go there.
Oh,
It's
Have you thought
awesome.
about that, Nick?
Yeah, have you thought
Have
about
I thought about
making
just
more money?
having money?
If Nebraska makes it to San Diego, you could go out there and then you'd be just a quick jaunt away from. No, wait, Universal Studios is in Florida.
Florida, Orlando?
Rats, never mind, Nick. They could go to Tampa,
Mm.
which I don't know how close it is, but I'm sure.
Nah, I don't think Tampa and Orlando are very close.
You
No,
could drive
there's-
there. Just get a rental car.
Dude, I would do so. They tell me
Yeah,
that
so you could stand in line paying way too much just to get into the park
Yeah, you'll be fine.
and then pay for overpriced everything.
people say that Tampa's just like a bunch of old
It's only-
people in bars, and I'm like, I would thrive there.
It's an hour and a half. That's a short drive. It's like John to Lincoln
nothing.
every day.
That's
hour
me.
23.
That's me going home to visit my parents.
Yeah, you could do a train for $13.
I like trains.
There you go. Perfect. Eat a little ice cream.
No. He wants to lose weight before the wedding.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, Nick. Don't
No
eat
ice
ice cream.
cream.
Drink some water
Yes, water.
and some celery.
We all need to have more water.
I did do that thing where I cut back on pop again. Sometimes I'll have a few weeks where I drink more pop than I should, than I realize it. So then I just go back to water and tea.
I don't drink pop anymore for the most part.
I didn't drink pop and then Diet Coke. Just
Sometimes you just want a Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did have some last week at our meeting. I had some delicious Sprite.
I had to make a Michelob Ultra.
I had one of those too.
Me too.
Maybe I should cut back on beer. Ha! you thought.
Got it. Oh man, my Red Wings are down.
Yeah, they actually had
Gah!
they had a great backdoor goal.
Come on, man.
This seems a little misleading to call this NHL prime time. It's 2:00 in the afternoon.
Well,
For
it's
them, it's prime
John,
time.
if you're
even in the busted East Coast, it's not.
Here's the
prime
thing,
time.
you're
prime-
in London right now, it's prime time.
It's 9:00 in London.
That's prime time.
Is 9 o'clock still prime time? That
I think
feels
Yes.
7 o'clock
just
is
after prime time.
No, prime time is 7 to 10.
Yeah, it's the whole night. It's not just like 2 minutes.
Well, I know it
No,
wasn't
I
2
don't
minutes,
know what
but
prime time is
see-
because prime time on the East Coast is 8 to 11. I don't know what British prime time
I've always
is.
seen prime time as like 6 to 8. Like that's the prime. Like people are at home, they just finished dinner, or they're about to have
the
dinner.
definition,
They're sitting in front of the TV. It's
the,
the
the
prime time to
American
watch.
definition of prime time has been the 3-hour block of network television programming.
Yep.
on
According to
on
Nielsen, traditional
nighttime.
prime time is 8 to 11 o'clock at night, Monday to Friday. But that's obviously Eastern.
See,
so
but
it's
like
7
if
to
a
10.
game
7
tips
to 10.
off at 9:00 Central, I don't consider that like, oh, it's a prime time tip.
That's a late game.
I'm like, that's a late game. I don't want to watch that.
That's
That's
a crime.
disgusting.
It's a crime, is what
That's
that is.
stupid. Thank God
Prime time.
Creighton didn't have any 9:00 tips this year. They only had 8:00 tips.
Don't test the gods there, Matt. That could happen.
No,
That's-
it can't.
Yes, it could.
It could happen.
For the Big East tournament?
Oh yeah, if they I guess
Well,
it
at
would
least
be
9
8
o'clock. 9 o'clock their
Eastern.
time.
If Creighton stays at 6, they will be tipping off at least 8 on Wednesday.
More likely 8:30.
More likely 8:30.
When do they
That said, we
When
think
do
they're
they
playing
play
at
Butler?
5:30.
Hmm?
they play Butler Tuesday?
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
At 5. This is so weird. I don't understand this.
I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, I'm a little bummed to move up Dumb Debates an hour.
Shucks.
Just record like the whole show.
I would never do that.
But you told me to record the post game.
As a bit. Again, you could have nailed it.
They got out rebounded.
They actually didn't.
Yeah, they actually, yeah, you're right. This is one where you look at a lot of the stats and it's like, wait, how didn't they win this game?
Well, it's
Same as the DePaul game.
because the lefty
the
kept
DePaul-
making threes.
The Paul overtime was kind of cool because I was like, it's funny. You look at this like stat sheet. It's like everyone thinks identical. Like they're basically they took the same amount of shots as DePaul in the game. They both took 56 shots.
Mhm.
Pretty wild. It's basketball. It's almost done.
Well, we got like a month left.
I mean, for
hopefully.
Creighton is what I meant, but yeah.
Yeah, the crown's out of the picture, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is
Bummer.
the NIT?
I have no idea.
Is
If they
the
finish
B-
sub
is
500,
the-
they're not
is
gonna go
the
anywhere,
BET or the what's the other?
The
The,
what? I have
The
no idea.
BET?
or the
That's the Black Entertainment Television.
CBI is what you meant.
What's
I don't
the
even-
other NIT? There's two NIT.
There's the CBI. Oh, the CIT.
the CIT,
Not the-
close to tournament.
There we go. Close to tournament. That'd
The
be the
CTT?
CTT.
That'd be CTT.
What's the one in St. Louis?
Hey, they scored.
That's
Arch
Arch
Madness.
Madness.
That's
That's the,
madness.
no, that's the Missouri Valley Conference tournament.
Maybe
yeah.
Creighton. Hey, bring us back.
Creighton would love to go to Arch Madness.
Put us back just for a little bit.
Yeah.
McNeese versus Creighton
Versus.
versus.
We'll get there. Hey, we'll get
Ow.
there. We'll get there.
Got to keep working on
Yeah,
that.
we'll
Yeah.
bully you into a lot of things.
That's
That
my-
and I mean,
I
we
just-
bullied you into using T's properly, so we're getting there, Matt.
Just
Yeah, we should probably end the crossover now.
kind of suck.
Well, you'll be all right.
I know I'll be fine. I'm going to Shield.
The good news is that's your eating hand, so that'll help with
My
the-
left hand?
Yeah, isn't it?
No, I eat with my right hand.
Well, I figured with all that two-handed food you eat.
No, I left hand on the fork, right hand on the knife, and then I switch, and then I eat with the fork. Eat with the right hand.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Well, there's your crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. It's a new week and
it's
a new month.
and it's a special week.
It is.
It's Fire Matt Rule week. You
Matt Rhule.
What in the world
you
did I
started
just
this last week. I
didn't
don't
start-
know.
What do you mean? I didn't start anything.
Well, mean, Nick made a graphic, so I
We're-
guess
Yeah, Nick made a graphic.
We're
Imagine
firing
that.
Matt Rhule?
Fire Matt Rhule.
What is happening? Why are we firing Matt Rhule?
you got to tune in to find out.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything.
I can't believe it. They say I'm the negative one.
John, Rhule calling.
Ah.
Cool. Here's my voicemail. 1620 the zone.
K-O-Z-N. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Not only are they playing a not primetime game in primetime, are they measuring the shot speed in kilometers per hour? What? What kind of country is this?
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Whichever country wins the Olympics, that should be the standard measurement for the whole sport until the next Olympics.
I mean, this isn't even a game featuring a Canadian team.
There's Canadian players, though.
Doesn't
not a
matter.
team.
It's in
They don't play the Canadian
It's in
anthem.
Nashville, for crying out loud. You can't get
That's the
more
South,
American
Nick.
than that.
That's the
That's the home of the Nashville Network and the Grand Ole Opry.
And yeah. And the NFL draft that one time when Steve Sipple announced my divorce on the radio.
Yeah.
Shout out
true.
Nashville.
Sipple got a beer in him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, welcome everyone to the new week here on the Grum.
A big week for the Grum.
Why is it a big week on the Grum?
Fire Matt Rhule.
What delusion has created this?
I think it was you. Yeah. I mean, I saw your tweets.
In what way? How?
You said, like, do you want to fire him or something like that?
No,
don't
I
remember.
never did.
Fire Matt Rhule.
It's a few days old. I don't remember exactly what you said, but it seemed
I
like
said
you were
nothing.
like,
It was a poll question.
I
we
miss
did.
Mike Eckler. I want to fire Matt Rhule. I think.
Yeah.
Fire Matt Rhule.
I only miss Mike Eckler to make fun of him.
John writes, if you follow through with this bit, this may be the best week of the show all year, and adds, fire that imbecile.
Fire Matt
Wow.
Rhule.
All right, John, get the poll question fingers going. Typey, type, type.
I have plans all week. There's going to be something new every week.
Every
day.
Every day, every
Thank
week.
God I'm missing
It's
a couple
Fire
of
Matt
them.
Rule year.
Fire Matt
Oh, you
Rhule.
will be gone tomorrow. Oh, man, I wonder how Stibbs will handle this topic on on Wednesday when he sits in. That should be great. That should be great.
This is the strangeness continues, my ladies and
Strangeness?
gentlemen. Yes, the strangeness.
Wow.
Listen,
Back in my
spring
day, you used
football's
to like
gonna
to
be
have
done.
fun.
I did. Well,
You
you're
did.
saying
yeah.
you're saying a man losing his job is fun?
Fire Matt Rhule.
I mean, I did laugh
What
a
did
little
Matt
bit.
Rhule ever do to you?
Well done, Nick.
Horse crap call.
Wow, those all fit. Those all fit.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
The Grum Down is brought to you by us.
Yeah. Oh, it's missing a little. There's a little room down there.
Oh,
Yeah,
why is there
there's
a
one.
You
little
could have said
room?
fire Matt Rule. Wait.
Fire Matt Rhule.
I'm not going to acknowledge this.
Mm.
Nebraska's pursuit of twos.
Lot of twos.
We got the latest projections of the top seeds.
Wow.
Did we witness the end of an era on Saturday?
The vibes are starting to tell me that this might be it.
Whoa.
Yeah. Does John have inside info? We'll find
Nope.
out later. Oh, okay. Well, he could have been a tease.
Yeah.
Does John have inside info? Find out later.
No coach will ever block John's view like Mac.
That's true. John's going to be a little happier.
Alan Huss is actually taller, I believe.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
So
All right.
there's always that.
Mm-hmm.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will be along.
Lovely.
This is going to fly right in the face of your whole whatever that you've dedicated this week to.
Fire Matt Rhule.
Because
Week.
without Matt Rhule, you don't
Mm.
get Owen Chambliss.
Thank you, Matt Rule.
Unless Owen Chambliss turns out to be, bad.
Well, if that
Without Matt
happens,
Rule, they wouldn't have gotten him then.
if that happens, that would be bad.
It would, yeah.
That would
Oh
be
man, the
really,
bad thing
really
happening in
bad.
Nebraska football, that's an oddity.
Michael Severe Monday.
Ooh, I wonder who his candidates are.
We get an extra dose of the I-80 rivalry and another Jordan three-peat.
Extra dose of the I-80 rivalry.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff.
Okay.
A lot of stuff. 402-951-1620. Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. We also have the soon-to-be Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed.
Let's go, baby.
Where I saw this.
Uh-oh.
Prepare yourselves.
Oh, I'm prepared.
The NCAA sent out a memo last week to all schools to give them notice to a potential major logistical issue this month. Airline travel for both NCAA basketball tournaments starting on Selection Sunday. Per the NCAA nationwide, significantly fewer charter aircraft are available due to several factors out of the NCAA's control. The logistical challenge of moving almost all participating teams for both tournaments within 12 to 72 hours beginning Selection Sunday night is compounded by the busy spring break travel season, shortage of national charter aircraft nationwide, and potential TSA impact of the partial government shutdown. I thought we were back up and running again.
No, so it was a temporary up and running again.
I thought we shut down Iran's government.
Yikes.
I didn't think they'd shut down our government.
See, that's what I was wondering. Are all the charter flights going over to the Middle East for some reason?
I don't know.
It's weird how vague they're being.
Wow. Okay. Well,
it is strangely vague.
Let's now, for Husker fans' sake, let's really hope that they're playing in Oklahoma City, because you don't want to have to deal with travel via flights to Buffalo
these are this is for the teams.
But that would affect the fans too.
Well, but fans aren't probably chartering.
No, but if the teams aren't chartering anymore, and
the teams are. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. That's a great question.
Yikes.
I suppose there's always a trickle down.
Good luck to all.
And as we all know, trickle down things always work out great for everyone.
Exactly, Nick. Exactly. Aren't you happy you don't have to deal with this year? That's nice for you. That's awesome.
Yeah, John, this is a good thing, really.
That's a silver lining. That's how I would view it.
That is a silver lining.
Baymont wants to know, does John have a preferred candidate as to who gets hired after he gets Rhule fired?
Fire
do you have
Rhule.
Do you have one of those things in your top drawer desk or top desk drawer like Bill Moose did? I have a list of names in my desk.
You know who else had a thing in their top drawer?
He certainly did. That's an under. But do you have one of those, John? Who would be atop your list? Urban Meyer. Let me guess. Urban Meyer.
Matt
Bob
Rhule.
Stoops.
Matt Rhule.
He'd be the one you'd want.
Yeah.
Fire Matt
Interesting.
Rhule.
See,
You just want a coaching search to bring it back
We're
to
actually just getting rid of this Matt Rhule to replace him with a new Matt Rhule.
Robo Rule?
Meet the new rule, same as the old rule. Literally
It's
same as
Terminator Rule.
Interesting.
If you want to email the Grum, you can. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. It's the Equitable Bank Zone inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Dan wants to know, isn't a certain financier's old plane available? Good God. Good God.
I wonder what happened to that plane.
Great question, John. Great question.
I wonder what happened to that plane.
Alex and Lincoln.
Is it big enough to carry a men's basketball team in a travel party?
Alex Lincoln says
or
TSA.
A women's basketball. Well, I don't know if you want any women on that plane.
Alex Lincoln says TSA is having issues, Bishop. This affects fans. All right.
Okay,
well,
I didn't know. I haven't.
Yeah, you're always flying charter. You don't know what's going on with us plebes. You don't know what we're going through when we travel.
You haven't traveled on a plane in how long?
Since Boston last year.
There you go.
So it's been about a year.
So it's been a while.
It's been a while.
Well, speaking of
firing Matt
what
Rhule.
happened over the weekend.
Oh, okay.
I did see this.
Wow, you are not sticking to sports. I can see from the little thumbnail what John is about to put on the old video screen. Good Lord. I hate that stupid Twitter account.
Yeah, but this was funny.
Was it?
College. Yes, it is. Breaking: Lane Kiffin leaving LSU to become the new Ayatollah of our.
I don't know. Like, it's not offensive. I just think it's like a too dad jokey for me.
I don't get it. Why?
Because he always leaves
leaves.
jobs.
Yeah, he always
Right.
leaves.
He leaves jobs.
he
That's
leaves-
what he
yeah.
does.
It's like
also, it's a hell of a Photoshop. I mean, it actually fits.
you
No,
kind
yeah.
of nailed it. It's like
It's just
when
too dad
when you're
jokey
at
for me.
Thanksgiving
How
or
is
something,
that
and your
dad
uncle tries
jokey?
to make a joke, and they always bring it to
Again, it's not
politics
John.
for
You're
whatever
taking it the
reason.
wrong way. That is like a dad joke.
How is that a dad joke? It's just a funny joke.
To you?
It's a joke that you know how dads love World War II and learning about World War II. This is the joke version of that.
This is a college football joke about Lane Kiffin leaving for every open job.
But the target audience is dads.
Yes, that's a great way to put it. It's like, John, it's like there's a new song from Taylor Swift. You don't get mad like if we're like, it's not for your generation.
Okay.
You don't have to get offended by it.
I'm not offended. I'm confused. Just like I'm
just
confused.
explained it.
Just like I'm confused by this Matt Rhule fired week.
Oh, we explained it to you last
Fire
week.
Matt
Well, you
Rhule.
didn't do a very good job. I think this is a figment of your guys' imagination.
Actually, that's a great comparison. So we think Fire Matt Rule Week is funny. You don't.
Because it's not true.
Generational divide. We like to have a little more fun than you do, but you think the
What? Making fun of Lane Kiffin isn't fun? I thought
making
we
fun of
liked
Matt
Judah.
Rule isn't fun?
Well, we are. We always make fun of Matt Rhule.
I know. So exactly, I feel like we're reaching across the aisle right now
I
about
have
it.
no idea. What
D'Lo
we're
says
doing.
when you have to explain the joke, you know it's elite. Yeah. I think was that funny? It's fine, John. Like we can have different senses of humor.
Yes, mine's
Oh,
good.
no.
Yours is bad.
Keena says, "What's next?" John shares a meme with Minions. in it.
Oh no,
John, you're not
Facebook
going to be a
meme,
Minions
John.
meme guy,
I
are
don't even
you?
know what that means.
Oh well.
I have no idea what that means.
Jimmy says, "John, you literally hate everything." LOL. Yeah, you don't like a lot of our jokes these days. See, it's just generational stuff. It's
Fire
fine.
Matt Rhule.
Listen, when he calls, it's on you.
Oh, it was the first time. It was the first time. Thank God he didn't tell a dad joke, or else John would have been like, "I'm sorry, I'm on his side now."
Oh, anyway. Still triggered that they're measuring every shot in kilometers.
Yeah, I
no
haven't
one
seen
uses
it.
kilometers.
Where is this? When does it
It's
happen?
in Nashville.
No, I mean when do they show it? Do they show it
Well,
after a
anytime
goal?
there's a shot on
Okay.
goal.
Look at that. The Red Wings are back up. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, anytime there's a shot
Yes.
on goal, they put the MPH. Well,
Hmm.
it's not MPH.
KPH.
See, this is funny from Chance breaking. Matt Rule pulls out of Home and Home with Iran.
Fire
That's funny
Matt Rhule.
because that fits Matt Rule.
Well, yeah, just like it fits Mac.
By the way, did you? There was a comment earlier from Mustache Adam. Iran, LOL. Does John say Italian too? How do you say Italian?
Italian.
I
Okay,
speak
so
the most Italian.
Iran.
It's Iran.
It's I don't give a damn.
Apparently, I thought you were a stickler for pronunciations.
No, it's always I've always said Iran.
Keno wants to know if we're watching the TSN broadcast. I mean, it's on NHL Network.
It's on NHL Network. Why would it be on TS? I guess TSN. I
They
think
like
they
hockey
air
up
everything.
there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess American
Maybe it is.
broadcasters.
It must. You know
It
what?
has to be.
It must be.
That's the only thing that would make sense.
It must be.
Dunko says, "I ran the damn ball." That's
Fire
Tom Osborne era.
Matt Rhule.
Now it doesn't say week in there, Nick. So this is just gonna.
I wanted to make it evergreen.
Okay. All right.
I have
Evergreen.
a version where it says week in it.
Oh,
but I-
perfect.
I
Ah,
wanted the evergreen one too.
I see.
I mean, look, when they keep losing a little bit more, Nick already is prepared.
Fire Matt Rhule.
I get it. I understand, Nick. You always got to work ahead. Always got to work ahead.
well, coming up, no one's getting fired at Nebraska basketball,
That is-
unless these two have decided to do
No,
Fire
he's-
Fred week.
No, why would we do that? He's
I like
awesome.
Fred Hoiberg. He's cool.
Are you sure?
I bet if
One of your kind tried to kill him a couple of weeks
I bet
ago.
John, if I wrote a story tomorrow, and it was like Fred Hoiberg is going to sign an extension with Nebraska,
Mhm.
I bet he would be like,
You know,
I bet he wouldn't even care.
John,
he probably wouldn't.
He
you
probably
say
wouldn't
one
care.
of my kind because I'm from Iowa, but the
Yeah.
IRA did a lot of bad things too, and I didn't say one of your kind did the IRA bombings.
What?
The ginger.
Okay, well, it's going to be one of those days, apparently, on the Grum.
Fire Matt
We'll
Rhule.
be back on 1620 The Zone.
Related deaths in the United States.
We are down to the last week of the college basketball regular season. By Sunday, it'll be all she wrote. And then it's tournament time. Well, and then the next week, for a lot of schools, it'll be their last game of the season. And then you got all the at-larges and stuff like that. So the good news, if you're a Nebraska fan, is you don't have to worry about this tournament being the end-all, be-all. It's just another tournament. I wonder how people are approaching this year's Big Ten tournament, because you don't have to win it.
Nope.
You don't even have to perform well in it. You could go one and done and still be in really good shape. You're probably no worse than a 4. You're anywhere between a 2, a 3, or a 4. It really doesn't matter.
And that's the other thing, right? Is conference tournaments don't matter as much as we like them to think that they do in terms of seeding.
Yeah, no, they really don't.
Illinois won the Big Ten tournament a couple years ago and stayed on the seed line that everybody had them projected at going into the conference tournament.
Right.
So be ready for that.
So, yeah, I wonder how people are actually looking. I mean, is it just a trophy dash? Or are you looking more bigger picture? And it's like, well, I guarantee what'll happen is if Nebraska loses that first game.
Thank God.
Well,
time to focus on the
now
tournament.
They can get rested and, Rink can get his knee fixed or whatever rumors are out there about his leg. Everyone can get rested and be ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
But if they go on a deep run, it's like, well, we've made it this far. Might as well go all the way. Because remember, if you're in the Big Ten, you play that championship game. You're the last game before the selection. So you get that.
You literally could have the nets around your neck.
You get that cool little visual of being in your locker room with the trophy in front of you and the nets around your neck, getting your name called.
Yeah, D'Lo says.
There's some fun in that. So you're in a great spot. You're in a spot
regardless.
Where it really doesn't. It either doesn't matter or it does matter, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, D'Lo says, win the tournament, stuff doesn't come around ever. That would be, if you want to say go all in on trying to win it, it is, you've not been in this spot before. How special would that be? It would be a new banner to put up in the arena, Big Ten tournament champions.
They have been in, just a couple of years ago, they were in the semis.
Yeah, but they've never won it.
No, I know.
And when's the last time they won a conference tournament? What was that?
90, was it 94?
Yeah. So it's been
94 Big 8 tournament.
32 years.
Sure.
32 years. But you're right.
But again,
the pressure isn't going to be on.
No matter what happens, there will be justification for whatever happens.
Yeah.
Which is perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
But as we start this final week of the regular season, the race for the triple bye, well, Purdue lost again. So right now, Nebraska, the only way Nebraska can miss out is if they lose out and Purdue wins out. Assuming that, Illinois doesn't stumble again a couple of times, but Nebraska's in great shape to get the triple bye. And, a couple of things shake their way, they could be the 2 seed.
If they take care of business
in the conference tournament.
If they take care of business, they are the 2 seed. They are projected, they have an 80% chance. Matt Hackman, who every year at this time, he is one of those people that starts showing up on your timeline
yes,
again.
He does
because
a lot.
It's like, oh, hey, I forgot about that guy. And so he projected the rest of the year 100,000 simulations, and Nebraska is the 2 seed and 80,472.
That would be 80%.
Wow. 80% of them. Because they can even go 1-1 and still get the 2 seed if there were some other things that happen along the way.
Right.
But obviously you take care of business and you are the 2 seed. And that's because Purdue lost again, Illinois lost again, etc.
Exactly. But in the more important category, what seed are you looking at right now? So Torvik does a nice job of organizing all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Bart.
The very.
Nebraska is currently 12th in the net. And in some of the metrics, their strength of record resume is 5th. Their KPI is 16th. So that's the high and the low.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of their quality rating, so that's your Bart Torvik, your Ken Palms. They're all pretty much, 11 in Ken Palm, 12th in Torvik, 15th in BPI. So fairly decent average. But really good numbers all the way across the board. Texas Tech got a huge win this weekend, beat Iowa State.
Yes, they did.
So it's kind of a little good, little bad.
I was going to say, how did you
State,
view that? Would you view that as more good or more bad? Because I thought
it's neutral. It's a push because it brings Iowa State closer to you, but it also brings Texas Tech up
closer to you. Yeah.
So it's both good and bad. What's interesting is, you look at Michigan State. Michigan State's numbers. Michigan State's kind of a little fly in the ointment. They're a little bit better in everything.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit, just a skosh better.
Because their
in
non-conference way better.
Yes, their non-conference was better. And even with the recent losses, Purdue is still sitting in a fairly decent spot.
Mm-hmm.
But again, what this tells me is you can get to a 2. And I guess that might be one avenue where
you want to win
winning the conference tournament would help, because if everything is close, and again, this is assuming Nebraska wins out, beats UCLA, beats Iowa. Not that they have to, but it would certainly help.
To help them get to a 2 seed.
To get to a 2 seed, yeah, this is where you are. Okay, now you go all in on the,
because you're talking
Big
about
Ten
them being
tournament.
a 30-4 Big Ten tournament champion.
Correct.
Basketball team. You assume that along the way
it'd be hard not to be a 2 seed in that scenario. So
pops more nice wins.
Right. So that and maybe not have to fly one of those inconvenient charter planes.
Yeah.
You're going to bus instead.
It's going to be like the old days. You're heading down to Oklahoma City like the fans are on the road.
Going on a bus.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they would do that, but hey, at least that would be a better option than most. I mean, that's the place where everyone wants to be.
Yes.
They want to be in Oklahoma City. You want to guarantee a spot in Oklahoma City, get to a 2 seed.
Yeah, win your next 5 games.
Certainly. Now that's the team sheet, the latest Rankatology, Torvik's Rankatology. Interestingly enough, has Nebraska on the 4 seed.
Now so the Rankatology this is not bracket matrix, right? We're not looking at a variety of brackets.
Yeah. This is his bracket matrix.
Okay.
This is his own formula.
Because his is way different than the bracket matrix right now.
Bracket matrix. That's the amalgamation of all the different brackets. This is his submission to bracket matrix.
Interesting, yeah. Because Gonzaga goes down again this weekend. As you mentioned, the Texas Tech, Iowa State stuff. Nebraska is in front of Kansas on here, but that's a surprise. This is like one of the few spots that has them as a 4. Because pretty much everywhere else has them as a 3.
And a lot of this is all devised by his formula, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is not
he's not sitting and doing pen to paper.
He's not Tim Krugering this thing.
Correct.
This is his formula.
Yeah.
So you take it for what it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still, it still poses a rather interesting little sidebar. And then he does one more thing. It's called the tourney cast. Now, sadly, there's a lot more data on here, so you
what's
zoom
this?
in just a little bit more. But he gives you a percentage chance of reaching each of the rounds of the tournament.
Okay.
And currently, as it sits, Nebraska's average seed is a 3.5. Again, this is his numbers.
Mm-hmm.
His average seed's at 3.5, so it's just behind Texas Tech and Gonzaga, just ahead of Alabama and Virginia. But odds of being in the round of 32, something Nebraska's never done, 91.3%.
You'll take those odds.
Odds of a Sweet 16, 57.3%.
Mm.
And if you really want to dream, 1.8% to go all the way. By the way, the tournament favorite right now, according to this, is Michigan, just about a percentage point ahead of Duke.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's a pretty steep drop-off. I mean, you got Michigan at nearly 17%, Duke at 16%, and then Arizona at 11.5%. So the two favorites have clearly
separated
themselves from the pack. But I'm sure there's a lot of folks saying, oh, yeah, but Nebraska almost beat those guys at their place, which is all true. It's all true. So this is the pursuit of the twos. Pursuit of the twos. The 2 seed in the conference tournament, the 2 seed in the NCAA tournament. Both are very much on the table as we head into the final week of the season.
You know, we talked about the game against USC a little bit on Friday, especially when we had Jack Mitchell on, that they just had not beaten a team with a winning record in a while. It had been, since the Indiana game, pretty much at the beginning of the year, at the beginning of January, and another slow start. You know, it's this one I would say was much different though, John, and I don't know how much of a chance you had to watch it on Saturday itself.
I didn't see any of it.
Yeah, because you were driving. But
I was actually already at the arena.
You're already at the arena. They're off to a slow start after they had like an early lead, but then Hoiberg goes out with the 2 fouls. And man, you want to talk about a difference in when a guy is on the floor versus when a guy is off the floor. Him exiting changed everything. Nebraska was leading 15-12 when he picked up his second foul, 11:40 to go in the first half. He then did not return until the second half. The Huskers committed their first 6 turnovers of the game over the course, though, of the next 8 minutes. So they were not turning the ball over. He leaves. They start turning the ball over. He returns in the second half, and immediately they blow the doors off of the Trojans, and they run away. And I'm going to ask Mitch Sherman when he joins us later this hour, you know, who he views as the MVP of this year's team. And because I have found this discussion really interesting all year, because I think the common refrain before the season started or in the early year was, yeah, it's definitely Rink Mast. And then, you know, you'll see like a Lawrence have a good game. Obviously, Price, I think, has been the most consistent player in terms of what he's doing night in, night out. Braden Frager even had a cup of coffee in terms of maybe people thinking that. But I think you could very much make an argument, and I'm not breaking any news here, that Sam Hoiberg is the MVP of this team, given what happened when he was on the floor, what happened when he was off the floor on Saturday, and just how different the team looked and how much better they looked with him back out there. And I don't think that it's the continual buttering up of the coaches. That's not fake. It's a real thing that we're seeing with this team right now.
That stat you just quoted me, I didn't realize that they have not beaten a winning team since Indiana.
Yeah. And it's odd because a lot
of that is it's the nature of the very top heavy Big Ten conference.
And then it was a front loaded schedule, right?
It was a front loaded schedule because they
Michigan
did
State,
beat
Wisconsin,
because
Illinois.
the first 5 teams they did beat in conference play, Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan State, Ohio State, and Indiana,
all above 500.
All were winning teams.
Correct.
With a couple of them certain to be NCAA. Well, actually, at least 3 of them being NCAA tournament teams.
And the teams they've lost to are all good. They haven't lost. They have 0 bad losses. So
Correct.
like they were literally taking care of business against the bad teams.
Yeah.
And they blew them all out, right? They won all of them by double digits.
Yes.
And then the only 4 teams that they have lost to, Michigan, Illinois, Purdue, and Iowa, are all above 500 now. Iowa just had a stinker of a game versus Penn State. But still, like, so it has been weird. I didn't like need to see them get a win over a USC. But it sure, I think, kind of quells some of the concerns that I think are okay to have about this team, mainly because of what we're talking about. You just ran through it on the graphic. How far can they go? 90% chance to go to round 1, plus 50% chance to go to round 2, plus 50% chance to make it to the second weekend, et cetera, et cetera. If you're wanting to have those conversations, they needed to do what they did in particular in the second half versus USC. Like, I just don't think that they could have continued to pile up these losses. You know, they get off to a 0-1 start on the West Coast with the late UCLA game tomorrow. I think you're probably just saying, like, man, this season, which got off to a 20-0 start and has been a fun ride and the best year that most fans have ever seen. Like, you know, maybe all they could have hoped for is winning a first-round game. That's why we did the door 1 or door 2 conversation a couple of weeks ago. Like, how important is that to you versus how high do you think that their ceiling can be is essentially what I'm asking when I did door 1 versus door 2. Let's see what they do versus UCLA tomorrow. I think the last week and a half since the Iowa game, I think that they've maybe erased some of those concerns that we were having. But, you know, they got 2 more big opportunities in front of them, especially when we're talking about seeding conversations. UCLA coming off of a stinker themselves with that loss to Minnesota. But
yeah,
we saw them take down Illinois.
Well, actually, it's not their worst loss of the season. Their worst loss of the season was, at least by the Torvik rank, was Michigan State. But in terms of just quality of opponent, that was a bad loss.
Yeah, for sure.
Bad loss to Minnesota.
But they took down Illinois at their house a week and a half ago or whatever it was. So, you know, of course, be on the lookout. And then, you know, Sunday, you don't want to go down to the Hawkeyes for the second time this year. So even though they don't have, like, you know, an Arizona or a Houston quality opponent on the schedule in the next 2 games, they have some good opponents. And one of them's on the road tomorrow night in Los Angeles.
Let's see. UCLA. I mean, UCLA right now is on a on the good side of the bubble, and so too is Iowa. But you would like, I mean, those two teams they've certainly got stuff to play for. They would like to stay that way. And to get another Q1 win like this would be huge.
Oh, it'd be massive.
Nice.
For those teams. And even because right now, at least again, this is according to Torvik, Iowa's on the 8 line and UCLA's on the 9 line. You'd like to get off of that 8-9 line if you can, because
you avoid the
avoid the 1 seed in the second round.
Yeah, you avoid Michigan or
so it's
Duke
an opportunity to
Arizona.
really improve. Really improve. So Nebraska's going to be facing some hungry teams here over the course of the rest of this week.
Yeah, for sure.
Here is Jesse on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Good afternoon, Jesse. Welcome to a new week on the Grum.
Good afternoon, fellas. I know it's a new week, but I'm going to harken back to Friday.
Sure.
I called in and I was on hold and Jack was there and I didn't get a chance to say what I had to say, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about Jack and something he mentioned. We all have a brand. Everybody's got a brand. And Jack's got a brand. And there was
My brand.
There was nothing more on brand than Jack Mitchell, a guy who covers a college basketball team who is good for pretty much the first time ever, getting upset and a little bit jealous that a defending national championship team with 6 losses on the eve of March was getting national love, only for us to then turn on the television the same weekend and watch them boat race a top 20 team. Jack Mitchell, never change your brand.
Wow. He hates Florida right now. He is very triggered by Florida.
Again, this is one of those Michael Scott, Toby Flenderson things where it's like out of nowhere. It's like, really? Florida? Where'd this come from? Florida is good. There's no doubt about it.
Jason says, can someone explain the triple bye to me? I just started following basketball the last couple of years because my son started playing. Congrats on the sex, Jason.
Well,
is the triple bye just not having to play the first 3 games of the tournament?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, the top 4 seeds in the Big Ten tournament.
Which is, for the first time, 18 teams deep, because famously last year it was 15, I believe. So all 18 teams
and Nebraska famously did not make it.
Yes. And so the Big Ten tournament will actually begin 1 week from tomorrow, which is just so preposterous.
Yeah.
So there'll be 2 games a week from tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get a bye, you don't have to play until the second round, which is Wednesday the 11th. If you get a double bye, you don't have to play until Thursday, March the 12th. If you get a triple bye, which is what Nebraska is aiming for, you would not have to play until Friday. And so that's what's been funny is there are some people who right now who keep saying, yeah, Nebraska's aiming for the double bye. No, they're not. They have a double bye. They're aiming for a triple bye because they don't realize the preposterous nature of the Big Ten tournament.
It's a very.
I mean, look at this. Look at this stupid thing.
Well, yeah,
it looks ridiculous. It looks like a spaceship.
It does. It's stupid.
The bracket looks like a spaceship.
It's Big Ten stupid. Yes,
it's
absolutely.
like the beginning of Star Wars when that ship's flying. That's the Big Ten
the
bracket.
Star Destroyer.
It's what it looks like.
Yeah.
You know,
it does.
Leia is on this bracket somewhere, hanging out. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. By the way, only one team has clinched their spot in this bracket, and that's Michigan. No, every other seed is still up for grabs.
Oh, you mean old Ben Kenobi?
Old Ben Kenobi.
Yes, old Ben Kenobi.
The very one, Nick. The very one. The very one.
Steve writes,
What's
contrary to a lot of talk, I personally feel down the stretch, Michigan, Florida, Duke, or Arizona are in a class by themselves. In fact, over the last 2 years, 7 of the number 1 seeds made the Final Four.
Yeah, I definitely don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
By the way, D'Lo writes, you think that's crazy? Pull up the Sunbelt bracket.
Well, yeah, the Sunbelt bracket. That's...
Troy and Marshall get buys all the way to the semis.
Yeah.
This is so. I mean, it's
the
just
Sunbelt
stairs.
also had a, I believe it was a 6-way tie for second.
Awesome.
That they had to figure out who got the second bye.
Man, don't you love these?
Got the second. I don't even know what
you love
call
massive conferences, John? This is so cool. This is really cool. Don't you love it?
It's very cool.
It's really awesome.
It's very, very, very cool.
Yeah.
Totally cool. But going back to Sam Hoiberg for a moment.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a comment. What did you think? Because you were looking at the whole wins over teams above 500. Because the MT Husker fan said, for the love of God, Price is the MVP. Sam is amazing, but at the end of the day, it's
let me throw out this number for you and just see if I can't at least get you to consider something else.
Okay.
Mitch Sherman, who will be joining us here in about 40 minutes.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
Sam Hoiberg, who leads the nation in assist to turnover, is back over 5-1.
Wow.
Just one major college player in the last major conference player in the last 14 years has done that over an entire season, and that was Monte Morris, who played for Fred Hoiberg at Iowa State.
No, he did not play for Fred Hoiberg at Iowa State. That is wrong. He played at Iowa State, but Hoiberg was in the NBA at the time.
Are you sure?
I'm 100% positive about this. People were yelling at Mitch about it all weekend.
Oh, they were.
And Mitch had to issue a correction.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see the correction. Well, either way.
He recruited him, if I remember
Either
right.
way, one player in 14 years.
Yes.
That's factual. One player in 14 years has had an assist to turnover rate of 5-1. Now you might be saying, yeah, but and listen, I'll listen to the Sanford conversation.
Yeah.
But there is Hoiberg's he's like the engine.
Okay, you got to really explain this to me because I'm not a car guy.
I can see, and we have seen this team win without Sanford.
And heard about it.
I don't know if this team's ceiling gets dropped considerably without Sam Hoiberg.
We haven't seen them win without Sanford this year. He hasn't been hurt.
I thought didn't he miss a couple of games earlier this year?
I don't think so.
Oh, I was thinking of
Frager.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We haven't heard about it.
Now, I mean, the argument.
I think the ceiling is lowered more without Hoiberg than without. And that's not to say that Sanford's not important.
Mm-hmm.
He is. But I think sometimes we get a little too, points happy.
Points pilled?
I mean, you look at all the little things that Hoiberg does.
Yeah.
On both ends of the floor. I will not protest a Price Sanford Nebraska MVP candidacy. I won't protest it. But if I personally were voting, I would vote for Sam Hoiberg.
Yeah, I think it's Price, but I'm the reverse of you basically, where it's like, but if you want to make an argument, I think you can make a very strong one that it is Sam. Very strong case that it is Hoiberg. And honestly, I would almost begin with what happened on Saturday. He disappears for the last 12 minutes. Everything grinds down.
Yes.
The offense looks clunky. They turn the ball over a ton. They're not able to be as active on the defensive end. He comes back in the second half. Everything changes. And they go on a hellacious run and they blow them out.
So, not to keep citing analytics, but Torvik has a lot of different ratings, including his, he's got a defensive rating. And by far, the best rating on the team is Sam Hoiberg. Double the rating of what Price Sanford has, who has a good defensive rating, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But Sam
Is this
Hoiberg,
almost like a war for defense?
Yeah, kind of.
Does it have an overall score?
Doesn't have. I'm looking.
Because I'd be really curious to know what their overall scores would be.
Well, overall, Sanford does great higher overall, not by much, on the team, but Hoiberg is number 2. Remember at the beginning of the season, it was all about, well, it's ranked mass, it's ranked mass, it's ranked mass. But Sanford and Hoiberg have separated themselves from the pack.
That's the dude. That's the thing that stands out to me over the last month.
Here's a statistical oddity. Both Price Sanford and Sam Hoiberg have the identical number of 2-point shots and 2-point makes. They are both 77 for 122. I just noticed that.
That's wild.
Now, Hoiberg's taken far fewer threes,
yeah.
which is why Sanford scores more.
Has
But
Price made more threes than Hoiberg has attempted?
Oh, yes, easily. 106 makes to Hoiberg's 72 attempts.
Man.
Easily. But yes, I wouldn't personally. I mean, if you wanted to derail Nebraska's chances of getting that tournament win, I think they are far more derailed by losing a Sam Hoiberg than a Price Sam.
Man, if I am those teams in the tournament, I am trying to get him to foul early. Like that would be so key to the opposition.
Yes, it would
be so key.
But the bottom line is they are both having excellent seasons, and
Yes.
they will both be excellent seasons, and they will both be mentioned in the all-conference team. Sanford likely will be in the first team, and Hoiberg will likely be a second, but they will both be mentioned and should be.
John writes in, Equitable Bank inbox, Nebraska basketball is having a great year. I don't watch, but I'm happy for the fans. That being said, isn't it time to get back to bitching about Rhule?
Matt Rhule is not going to derail this train. Steve says they will not defeat UCLA. Put this on the list.
Steve's been saying this since last week.
UCLA's only lost at Pauley was to Arizona by 4. It won't hurt them that much. It's a quality loss. I disagree. I think anytime you lose to a jerk face like Mick Cronin, it's not a quality loss.
Lower them down a little bit.
Yeah, I'd drop him to like the 8th seed.
Oh, wow. You drop him 5 seed
Just
lines.
because you're giving Mick Cronin another reason to do one of his. Well, either way, Mick Cronin's going to say something dumb, win or lose.
By the way, did you know the backstory on that clip?
This is on camera. They can hear you.
Do you know the backstory of that?
What do you mean?
That clip.
I know. I mean, I saw the whole thing.
So do you know why they were asking him about the student section? Do you know the story of
why they were asking about the student section?
Do you know what the student section did?
No.
Okay. I didn't either until a week later, which makes this even funnier. So one of the players on UCLA was of Michigan State. He was on Michigan State last
transfer,
year.
Yeah.
The fans were like chanting his name. They were celebrating his return and basically giving him a round of applause for coming back. So the question asker there was basically saying, how about that they gave him his flowers for returning?
Unlike when Sanford went back to Iowa and he got abused by their student
but
section.
he obviously didn't hear it. Mick Cronin didn't, and so he immediately thought, they wanted.
He went to negative town.
Correct. Even though the fans were being nice.
This is on camera. They can hear you.
I didn't realize that until like a week later.
I didn't either. I did not realize that.
So it makes it even funnier because like he was already being a jerk, but it's like, wow, you are like a double jerk.
That's incredible.
Maybe even a triple jerk, like a triple bye that Nebraska could have.
Way to bring it in.
Meanwhile, your Iowa people are chanting the F word. They're kids at that game, Nick. Kids.
Their parents have said worse.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Kids these days, they're potty mouths. Nasty nose.
Nice job, Nick.
Yeah.
Good job raising the youth.
Blame TikTok.
Fascinating.
Yes, blame TikTok.
Wow.
16-20 the zone. Welcome back to the Grum. Mitch Sherman will be joining us here in about 20-ish minutes or so. We are going to be on the road this Friday at the T-Box. The T-Box.
Let's go.
Yes, we will. I was there this morning. It's looking awesome.
Is it?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Is that the one that's connected to the Funny Bone?
It is.
Yeah, if you didn't
There's
know,
like
the
an
Funny Bone
arcade
moved.
on one side and then the T-Box on the other side and the Funny Bone's in the middle.
Yeah.
A
Man,
funny
you
little
talk,
sandwich.
you talk about your all entertainment, districts. You got an arcade and a sports bar, a comedy club, and
us,
and an indoor golf
True.
And
place.
that too, yeah. The important part.
And that's where we're going to be, the T-Box.
Let's go.
It's basically 114th and Dodge, just a little bit north of 114th and Dodge. We will be there on Friday for the Grum. Look forward to it. I haven't swung a golf club in forever.
It's been a few years for your boy, too.
I'm going to, I hope I remember to bring my golf clubs.
Put a reminder in your calendar.
I will do that.
Actually, you know what? I should do this.
I'm going to bring my discs and be like, hey.
No, Nick, you're
is
not
there
going to
any
bring.
chance you have a disc golf?
You are not bringing your discs.
That's terrible.
Yeah, you're not.
Did we witness the end of an era on Saturday? After Creighton dropped its final home game of the season against, almost said DePaul.
I was going to say Providence.
Providence.
Yeah.
Wow, DePaul's really haunting you, huh?
They are. They go 2-0 versus the Jays.
The Demons
won.
won.
So did DePaul, or so did Providence.
Did it again.
Yeah.
But afterwards, Greg McDermott wasn't committing to either side. He jokingly talked with John Walker. Said, you'd be the last person I would tell, which makes me feel good now that I know that I'm not last. I'm at least second to last.
That's
which
good.
Is better than being last.
That's good.
But I've said throughout the year, you look for little things, and I still don't have a great indication whether or not that was the last home game that Matt coached. Maybe I'll get a better sight of it this week in the last regular season home game.
Were there any clues?
There were no clues.
Have there been any clues? Has there been anything that you just look at a little sideways?
Has he been wearing more Hawaiian shirts lately? Maybe being a little more loosey-goosey?
Has he been talking about, man, I can't wait for Arizona weather. I can't wait to live in Arizona. I can't wait to not see your face anymore.
There's just something about a dry heat that I'm really attracted to.
He's always said that.
Okay.
I mean, that hasn't changed.
That'd be great if he was like, man, I look forward to that dry heat in a few months. At this time next year.
And it was also it was also hard to tell if there were any extra emotions because it was senior day and they had lost another tough game. And so I think there's a lot of it. Every year at senior day, I always make a point as the videos are being played or the guys are making speeches. I look at how people are reacting. I look over and see how Mac's reacting. And he's, he kind of leans up against the scores table, has his arms folded and has a very, it's kind of a somber look because he doesn't like saying goodbye to these guys. And even though the two guys that said goodbye this year are guys that have only been here for a year,
for sure,
he's had a lot of good things to say about Nick Graves this year, walking into a very tough situation, being a point guard in a system that, he didn't play in at Charlotte. And as Mac has said many times, most of the time when people come in, they've got 4 or 5 guys that have been long in the tooth in this program. Nick had to come into a situation where just about everybody was new to the program. And one of the guys who was long in the tooth, Jackson McAndrew, was hurt and played 3.5 games this year.
Yeah.
And so he's always had high praise for him. And then, of course, it goes without saying, Josh Dix.
Yeah.
And everything that he's been through. And Mac has talked about Josh in ways like he's never respected a player more.
Yeah.
Which is saying something because he's respected a lot of his players, but he's never respected a player more. So with all of that, it was, again, hard to tell.
So what do you think about this?
Hard to tell.
So first, a question from the 402. Does Coach Mack not like John Walker, or was he just making a joke?
Oh, he was making a joke.
That was a joke.
Oh, no, he was making a joke.
Pesky Blues, though, writes, his postgame comments were a little bit sentimental. I will say that.
Sure. But
how much of that is senior day? How much of that is...
But again, it's kind of covered up by the senior day. It's covered up by another hard loss. Mac told me before the game on Saturday that he hadn't seen the team so down about a loss as he was after the DePaul game on Wednesday night. And so they were already kind of in that mindset. And then you lose in similar ways. Second time in a row, because we've been watching this at least I've been watching it all season long. Points off turnovers, second chance points. Those extra possessions. Creighton's been getting beat regularly at both all season long, even in their wins.
Mm-hmm.
The difference being that, the ones that, the ones that really go sideways end up being the bad wins.
Mm-hmm.
And for the second game in a row, Creighton didn't lose those two categories and yet still didn't win the game. They won both points off turnovers and second chance points against DePaul, which they lost in the first game.
Yeah.
And then against Providence, who famously, isn't a team that turns you over a lot, yet the Jays turn it over enough and gave up enough points in Providence, lost the game in part because of that, turned that on its head, and the offensive rebounding, which Providence also did very well in the first game. They turned that on its head, yet still didn't win the game.
10 turnovers, which was tied for the second fewest in a month.
Yep.
37-31 advantage in rebounding.
Winning they won the rebound battle. I think it was against UConn. That was the first time they had won the rebound battle since Villanova.
33
Villanova.
33 points from its bench. Like all of those things are if you would have said that on Friday, John, they're going to win the rebounding edge. They're only going to turn the ball over this many times, and they're going to have this many points off the bench. You would have said, sounds great.
Yeah.
But what did you talk about over and over with Graves on the broadcast? Can't get any shot to go. How many of those things went in and out?
Yeah.
And the thing is...
Yeah, he had a rough day shooting.
And I know I joked about this with Matt earlier in the crossover. This really did remind me of just so many of the games this year, and that is that the other team led most of the way. How long did it take for Creighton to get their first lead of the game?
Well, they had the lead 2-0 at the beginning.
Then after that,
it took until
30-something minutes into the game. 30 minutes of game.
It was early second half, but it was one of those games where
took the lead and then Providence got it right back.
The game was always between 2 and 6 points.
The team
2 and 5 points. Almost the entire second half.
9 lead changes total, 13 ties. No one led by more than 8 points. And I think...
And that 8-point lead was in the first half, and Creighton immediately erased it and got it back to a tie.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but in the second half, when Creighton did take the lead, 2 or 3 times, they never got the ball back with the lead. Every time they got the lead...
They did a couple of times, but never scored.
They never scored. And so, that was always huge. And then, Sellers and some of their... he was the one who had the bank shot, right? Like that ridiculous three-pointer. He was, 27 points. He didn't have very many points in the first meeting between these two. And he
had 4 points in the first meeting because Josh
0-7 shooting
shut him down. But he kind of played a different role. They had Edwards in the transfer from Vanderbilt. He was, he kind of helped, get Sellers going.
And Sellers made some big buckets late in the game, man.
Because he's a shot getter. That's the one thing that this Creighton team does not have. They don't have that shot getter.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times Creighton's got to score within the system. But Edwards and Sellers are more, hey, go get a shot. And they went and got a shot. And Sellers did it time and time and time again. He scored 20 of his 27 points in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
He was their offense for a good chunk of that second half. And that ended up being the difference.
So let me answer the question. So how did you phrase it? Did we just watch him?
Was that his last home game?
So I've been going back and forth for weeks now on how this season affects it, which is why I keep asking you about it. When we had Ba on, I think we talked about with him last week, because I'm of one of two minds. I think you can make a solid argument for both, kind of like what we did with Bryce and Sam a few minutes ago. On one hand, I really think that you could obviously say, of course, he doesn't want to finish like this. He absolutely does not want this to be his final season. He wants to come back. He wants to have a better year, right? Like that makes all the sense in the world. I think I compared it to Tom Osborne 1996 last week. He wanted to come back for 1997. He did. He got Frank Soldich's permission. And this is real quick. We don't know what conversations have been had behind the scenes and what promises were or weren't made, right? On the other hand, I think that is there like a little fear, or should there be a little fear of what if he did run it back and a similar season happened again? And so then if he is like, I'm for sure giving it up after 2 years of going through this process, does that set anything back a little bit more? Would he have the itch to want to come back for a third year? And then do you just get in this odd cycle of what is going to happen? And so again, I don't know the answer to either of those questions. It's why I asked this question 2-3 weeks ago. Once somebody starts wondering about retirement or start openly talking about it, as I've just been a sports observer, it's always been this like weird thing, and it affects coaches. How many coaches say publicly, we have a process of who's the next guy going to be, and it works out well? Never, at least publicly that I can remember. The Tom Osborne stuff was behind the scenes. That wasn't something we knew about. Nick Saban, we had no idea. He hadn't talked about retirement, and then it happened. We all assumed that it was going to happen, but then it just happened. And so I just wonder about if he wants to come back, could that be like this weird net negative for the program? And then obviously there's been the Huss, his name has started popping up on lists and boards and things like that. So I don't know.
That I have always said that what Mac will do will be for the best interest of the program and less about legacy and ego. Not that he doesn't have an ego. All people in those types of positions have an ego. But I don't think you go through and execute something like this without having at least an idea of what it is you wanted to do. And maybe some of this too is recruiting based, right? Creighton's about to find out this week if it's going to get 5-star Jackson Richardson, a very athletic, talented wing from Orlando, Florida, who's been high on Creighton. He's got Alabama, he's got Ole Miss, and I think USC were his last 4 teams. He is scheduled to announce on Thursday. How much of this too might be, in order to ensure the kind of roster you want, knowing that the transfer portal is still around the corner. How much of it is based on that as well? Now, Alan Huss does a lot of that stuff.
Sure. And everybody knows what's happening. We just don't know when it's happening.
Right.
So nothing is like this is a surprise if he's suddenly not there anymore. I don't think anyone would be shocked by that.
Correct. I will maintain that whatever it is Mac does, he will do it in the best interest of the team because he knows just as anyone else. Only a very, very select and, dare I say, lucky few get to go out on top.
It does not.
Tom Osborne got to do it.
John Elway, but
John Elway got to do it.
Michael Jordan, but then even he came back.
Exactly.
And played for the Wizards.
You rarely get to the fact that you get to dictate the terms of how you leave and who replaces you, that's rare.
For sure.
It's even more rare to be able to go out, quote unquote, on top. Because nothing is guaranteed.
Well, and here I'd ask one more question. We don't have to get into this now, but so you said he will do what is in the best interest of Creighton. Could you make the argument that could you make an argument for both sides of that? Like it's actually best if he does decide to move on, given he's already thinking about it? Or why would you say that? He's the most successful coach they've had. Of course, it's in the program's best interest if he comes back and tries one more time. I don't know.
But I don't think we'll know anything until after the season.
As in end of next week or the week after?
It may even be.
Or the end of the Final Four.
It may be April.
Championship.
It may be April. Maybe.
Yeah.
Again, I'm just guessing. I really don't.
Yeah, Max says even Saban didn't go out on top. Yeah, exactly.
No.
Even his time came to an end in what you would hope for. At least he lost in the Final Four.
Yeah.
Coach K lost in the Final Four, though he lost to North Carolina.
We have more coming up, including Josh Heupel's turning code on us.
Oh no, the SEC is also idiotic now too.
Yep.
Now
1620 The Zone. You can support the Open Door mission in our sister station, Sweet 98.5, by donating TP for their TP drive. That would be toilet paper. This Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Family Fair at 108th and Maple. If you can't make it to the event, you can drop off your TP donations to our office here at 50th and Dodge, a.k.a. 50th and Capitol. Depends on which side of the building you're on.
Yeah.
Strangely, the front of our building does not face Dodge. It faces
Correct.
Capitol.
Hence the address being Capitol.
Correct. Though Dodge is the more popular street.
It's the most popular street in Omaha.
You can also donate by going to opendoormission.org/give98TP drive. So there you go. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Transfer ratings. Transfer quarterback ratings.
Transfer quarterback ratings.
From On3. There's a lot. I mean, look at all the transfer portal quarterbacks in the Big Ten Conference.
There's a lot of them.
Whatever happened to developing your own quarterbacks?
It's not a thing anymore, John.
Josh Hoover.
To the defending champs.
From TCU to Indiana is number 1. Dylan Raiola.
What?
From Nebraska to Oregon is number 2.
What kind of clickbait garbage is this? We would never do clickbait on unsportsmanlike conduct.
No
Nick.
clickbait here.
Fire Matt Rhule.
Rocco Becht, who went with his head coach to Penn State from Iowa State, number 3. Aiden Childs. Who,
you good?
Interestingly enough, left
Thank you, Nick.
his current school with the former Northwestern coach to transfer to Northwestern without the former Northwestern coach.
Wow. Got to be your bull.
It's almost like Aiden Childs is still offended by all the stuff that went down with Fitz a few years ago.
Even Fitz?
Even Fitz.
Wow.
Caton Hauser is now at Illinois. Number 6, Anthony Calandria.
I can barely see the logo of his old school in there.
You don't remember who it is?
No, it's New Mexico.
San Diego State.
UNLV.
UNLV.
For Calandria?
Yeah.
My bad.
I'm thinking of all the other players from San Diego State.
Yeah, that's what I was doing
UNLV to Nebraska is number 6.
Yeah, where is the logo? Oh, I see.
Oh, it's there.
Okay.
It's just dark. Yeah. Colton Joseph, who's transferring into Washington, number 7. Alex Mansky, who
Mansky?
Yes, the backup quarterback at Iowa State,
Boyski.
also transferring to Penn State.
What?
Dylan Lonergan, who's transferring into Rutgers, is number 9. And Braden Fowler Nicolosi, the former
Colorado State
quarterback.
Him.
Yeah, didn't he? He had the verbal spat with Colorado a couple of years ago, didn't he?
That's okay. I was trying to remember exactly why I recognize that name so well.
He is going to Michigan.
Now, what do you think about this from Tay? Are names getting stupider? What is Caton? Caton Hauser. How do you feel about this?
It's not great.
It's interesting. Tom Fornelli put up a story today from CBS Sports, Big Ten quarterback rankings, and he had Childs at 14th overall, Calandria at 11th overall. So a little disagreement with the
well, now that's just straight quarterback rankings. These are just transfer quarterbacks because not all these guys are starting.
But they have
obviously.
Childs ahead of Calandria, and Fornelli did not have Childs ahead of Calandria. I'd rather have Calandria than, well, yeah, probably. I'm happy they don't have Childs. I think he stinks. Maybe Michael and I will debate it in an hour. I'm not a huge Aiden Childs fan. I feel like no one is down the middle on Childs, unless you are. Are you down the middle on Aiden Childs?
I don't know how to feel about Aiden Childs. There's a part of me that would.
He loves turnovers.
Well, but that's all I've been hearing all off season is
Calandria.
So does Calandria. Calandria's a turnover machine. He's a turnover machine.
Fire
Childs
Matt Rhule.
has played in the Big Ten.
He has. Did he play well in the Big Ten?
Well, Calandria did not play in the Big Ten. He played at Virginia, where he was rather
Stinky. Oof.
mid. Might be being nice.
Mid is a kind word for how he played at Virginia. Yeah.
So I don't know if I don't disagree with Childs being slightly ahead of Calandria. Now that said,
yeah,
we'll see which one performs better than the other.
We certainly will.
And Nebraska misses Northwestern again this year, don't?
No, they play them at home. They don't play them in Chicago.
Yeah, we're at that point of the year where I haven't memorized the schedule yet. It took me until like June last year to remember what what teams were in what order.
Wait, now I'm second guessing myself.
I didn't think they played Northwestern.
I think you're
this
right.
year.
No, they played them last year. Yes, you're right, John. Do they play them in 27? Yes, they play them at 27 and they play at the new stadium. Okay.
Nice.
I got there. We figured it out together,
Yeah, no,
friends.
it's fine.
We figured it out.
It's not like you're the head coach of a football team that needs to know this stuff.
Fire Matt Rhule.
Interesting. There's a comment on the on the YouTube page from Big Dog. What up, Big Dog? The fact that people, anyone thinks firing Rhule is a good idea is insane. Get over yourself.
Fire Matt Rhule.
Big Dog, need to work on that grammar, Big Dog.
But
We'll
I
get
understand
there.
the
We'll get
sentiment.
there.
I understand the
You're
sentiment.
the one who started all
Yes,
this.
exactly. This is your brain.
This is your witch
No
hunt.
one started anything. This is a figment of your imagination.
John, when a man loves a topic, he makes sweet, sweet love and creates a different topic, which is
Fire Matt Rhule.
this topic.
This is our topic, baby.
This is your topic.
It's not my baby.
You are patient zero.
This ain't my baby. I'll go to Springer's show and prove that it ain't my baby.
Interesting. That is a great idea.
Or Maury.
Or
Maury did all the baby stuff, right?
Maury did a lot of the baby stuff.
Yeah.
Springer just had people fighting and taking their shirts off. I remember seeing those commercials as a young 12-year-old thinking, I got to get one of them VHS
I
tapes.
will go.
I want to see those naked ladies.
And I believe Maury's still alive, Springer not.
Oh, that's right. Jerry Springer croaked.
Yes.
I forgot about that.
Did he die during COVID?
It sounds about right.
Jerry Springer. I always forget that he was the mayor of Cincinnati.
He was the mayor of. Yes, he was. He was the mayor of Cincinnati.
I didn't know that.
Wrong. He passed away on April 27th, 2023.
Nick fact.
Nick fact, indeed. I apologize. Good job by you, Jerry. Ooh, Max wants to know fire Dannon. Are you going to have that week next week, John?
I'm not going to have any week. This isn't
you'll
my
be gone.
week.
You're leaving us again.
This
we
is
know.
Not my week.
Hey, is it a week that ends in
Not
Friday?
It's not my week to tell.
Nice.
Well, Mitch Sherman will probably be confused by all of this nonsense.
Very much so.
But we will talk to him next.
Awesome.
On 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Here he is, Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. A week of spring football is already in the rearview mirror.
Wow.
Whoa. Almost halfway there. In fact, after Saturday, it will be past halfway there.
Live it on a prayer.
Isn't that crazy?
Did you notice that they've been practicing for a week? Or have people noticed? I'm not sensing a lot of buzz about spring football, which is fine because it's spring football and there's stuff that's in season that's going on that people care about, which is great.
I got a text, Mitch, yesterday from somebody asking, this is kind of like an inside baseball question with the media and in terms of interest in stories or topics or, YouTube, all those things, like, is the interest there? And I said, some of our listeners have actually gotten mad at us when we talk about football and they say, please talk more basketball.
Yeah, I'm not, talk more basketball. Yeah, that's on my list for sure. I'm not going down the road of saying that like we don't care about football. We definitely still care about football a lot. I'm saying like right now at this moment it's March 2nd and it's not at the forefront. Give it a little time. As soon as the basketball season's over and you wind down from that, and football could be playing, could be practicing, could be not practicing, whatever. Like it's going to be the big thing. It is the big thing no matter what, win or lose. But like right now, it's kind of nice to have something else to get excited about, I suppose. And some of that I think has to do with the fact that it would be like, I think it would be like this no matter what, because this isn't a commentary on like the state of Nebraska football. Some might look at it like that, but for me, it's more just, hey, this basketball season is incredible to stand here and watch and feel like you're a little bit of a, witnessing history. So spring football can take a back seat for a couple of weeks and that's just fine.
So, Mitch, what do you think? Because I've had this question posed to me as well. What would it be like around here if the basketball team, let's just say that they're having like a 500-ish season, they're off the bubble, they're not really, like what would it just be negative town all the time? Because people would want to hear, I imagine, more football conversation if there wasn't the basketball story.
Yeah, I think by default, we'd be talking more about football because you got to talk about something. And it wouldn't be as fun.
No,
that's for sure. So, you'd be breaking down the defensive backs right now instead of talking about Price Sanford as an all Big Ten candidate.
I think just based on the nature of the conversation, there's no doubt there would be negative talk, more negative talk. This and listen, Matt Rhule didn't make this call just because the basketball team was playing really well, but it did turn out to be to his advantage to be able to fly under the radar here.
Oh yeah,
knowing how the tenor of the conversation has spun since the bowl game loss, since the end of the season, that this is actually going to work out pretty well for them. And then who knows, they'll have a spring game and we'll see what happens. I still think there's a good chance of snow for that spring game, but that's just me.
It's going to be 70 this weekend, John. So why are we talking about snow 4 weeks away?
Because it can. That's why. Because it can.
And it might.
And it will.
Just because it can.
I hope for the sake of everyone around here and for my ability to be writing important things that we're talking about basketball on the day of the spring game as well.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be talking basketball, whether it involves Fred Hoiberg's team. That's a different conversation. And I hope just for the excitement levels, and it would be amazing to see if we're talking about basketball on March 28th.
Late last week, we heard from a number of different folks, all of them fairly new to the organization. You've got Roy Manning, the Edges coach you have the new special teams coordinator, who we focused on a little bit on Friday, Brett Maher. Even though he had been around the program, now he has a new role. And then there's Owen Chambliss. And if there is a player that is coming in and would give you a chance for hope, Owen Chambliss might be that guy. Forget about, Calandria for just a minute, because there's a lot of questions there. Seems like we can't mention his name without, oh, yeah, but what about the turnovers? With Chambliss, though, a lot of positivity there. And he said last week, or Saturday, I should say, that this is the most talented room of linebackers he's been around. What do you think about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, he spent 1 year at Utah and then the last 2 at San Diego State.
Right.
I wouldn't question his assessment that Nebraska has a more talented group of linebackers than San Diego State, even with San Diego State having had a better defense and a better season than Nebraska last year. Like, they're operating in the Mountain West. You're not going to have the same kind of depth. And there were some good linebackers and some good defensive players for sure there with the Aztecs, but like 1 through 115 position by position, Nebraska is going to be better than San Diego State, I think, in just about every year, and whether the record reflects it or not. And it very well, I'll take him at his word that was the case in the linebackers room. I don't know what Utah's linebackers were like in 2023, so that would have to look there. Could definitely see a situation where Utah's linebackers were better than Nebraska's. I thought, he was also he was saying all the things that you would expect somebody who is a transfer and is still kind of riding that high of coming into Nebraska to say. He was impressed with Lincoln, impressed with everything around the program, the kind of stuff that you hear from new players in spring practice in their first interview. I'm sure it'll be a very similar tone from Calandria when we hear from him, because he's coming from the same conference and also somebody who's been at the Power 4 level on the front end of his career and is now getting another crack at it. So I think it'll be a lot of the same stuff. I'm sure he gets recognized probably more than Owen Chambliss and has enjoyed that. And it's like the honeymoon phase right now. So I'm sure he'll say there's a lot of talent. Like what you heard from Owen Chambliss, I think, is the defensive equivalent of what you'll hear from Anthony Calandria, all the way down to, watching film of Nebraska's opponents in 2026 and expecting to be a leader and help everybody, out around him. So, and I think it's all probably pretty true. Like, it's not hyperbole. Like that is the role of those two players right now on the offensive and defensive side.
Mitch, how are you taking in the quotes about Jamal Rhule at running back and, talking about the weight that he is at and how it's obviously good weight that they're talking about, and that being in, of course, a room that has had a lot of criticism, or at least the very least questioning on the path that they decided to take?
Well, running back is a position historically and
yes,
with it around college football where I don't know if you knew this, if you expected me to say this, but where freshmen can make an impact.
Yep.
If you're a high end true freshman, you're going to come in and be able to play. Like, your coaches will design plays for you to run. Nebraska's had some of those players, not in the last few years. And we've heard a lot about freshmen who've come into the Nebraska program at the running back spot and have turned heads in practice or in the weight room or walking around the facility or with their work ethic or with their expectations, all the stuff that you've heard, some of the stuff that you've heard about Jamal Rhule. And Nebraska's gotten production out of running backs, but it hasn't been freshmen. It hasn't been first year players in the program. So if he's able to step in and do that, he would be the exception. He would be beating the odds with what Nebraska's had recently at that spot. A lot of times, it takes running back is, I'm not going to say it's the easiest position to evaluate from high school to college or college to the NFL, but you can get a pretty good sense. I mean, you can watch a great high school running back, like and who has the size and the speed and the vision. You can see that at the high school level. It's maybe easier than like watching line play or a pass rusher or even a linebacker, and see how and predict how it's going to translate. Like, so I think running back, because like recruiting rankings or portal rankings, or, you can translate it to NFL draft stock. Like, it's pretty, we know Jeremiah Love's going to be pretty good at the next level. You knew Saquon Barkley was going to be really good at the next level. And usually it's those highly rated running backs who have the ability to come in and make a difference right away. And Jamal Rhule was there, but not, I mean, he wasn't, it's not like he was a 5-star or anything. So he would kind of have to beat the odds, so to speak, to be ready here in 2026. But like, he seems to have the size, so that's a good place to start.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Thoughts as you heard from Roy Manning. Nebraska now has an edge rushers coach, which they did not have a year ago. And he seems to think he's got the talent in the room to improve on their sack numbers, which definitely are in need of improvement.
Yeah, I mean, Nebraska had a jack linebackers coach last year, and Phil Simpson, who's still on staff, and that was kind of the edge rushing position for Nebraska in the 3-3-5 scheme. Like the 4 on the front line was the jack linebacker. I don't think they're going to look a whole lot different in the way that lines up this year. From listening to Rob Orich say that the weak side defensive end would play in a stand up kind of spot. Like that's what Nebraska's jacks looked like in 2025. So, but the overall scheme and like some of the pre-snap stuff will be different. Like it's a different defense, but how they line up is going to look pretty similar. And anyway, as for Roy Manning, so maybe Nebraska did have an edge rushers coach last year, but for Roy Manning, I really liked Roy Manning. Like there's a reason that guy has been at the places that he's been. And he talking to big schools, Oklahoma, UCLA, USC, he was with Orich last year at San Diego State, but Michigan, he has charisma. You can see him being an excellent recruiter, somebody that the players are going to really respect. Somebody mentioned this in the interviews last week that, he can jump out there at a moment's notice and like show them how it's done. He's young, he's in his early 40s. So, he's not too far removed from having played the game at the NFL level. I really liked what I heard and saw. Not that means that he's going to transform that position, but I would, if I met him and I was an edge rusher in the Nebraska program, I'd be like, this is, if I'm Williams Winery, like, okay, I think this guy can do things for me.
Mitch, turning to hoops, John and I were talking early on in the show about the MVP of the team, and if it is Sam Hoiberg or if it is Price Sanford. I guess there could be a third option, but I wonder where you would fall, especially after what happened in the last half of the first 20 minutes of the game where he has 2 fouls. Hoiberg, that is, goes to the bench. Things unravels too harsh, but just don't go very well. He comes in, start of the second half, everything changes for him. Would he be your MVP pick for the team this year?
Yeah, it's not just that game. We've been seeing this come on, and it's been more exaggerated as the season has gone on. And like once Nebraska kind of moderated a bit, those first 20 games was just, they were just riding a high, and it was like nothing could go wrong. And then it's been more normal. They're still a very good team the last 9 games, but they're 5-4, and they've had to gut out wins, and they've had some close, tough losses. I think that's where Sam's value has really shown with this team. And Saturday in LA was a perfect example of that. You could see Nebraska was out of sync in rhythm, and they were disjointed. And hearing Fred talk today about how they got sped up on offense in the first half of that game, like it directly related to Hoiberg, to Sam being out on the bench, and they started turning the ball over. And then he comes back in, and it was like he got shot out of a cannon, and it was like the whole team got shot out of a cannon at the start of the second half. I mean, they overwhelmed USC right from the beginning with their energy, and it was like a steal, a dunk, a 3-pointer, a turnover, another 3-pointer, and boom, they went from 5 down to like 9 ahead at the blink of an eye. And a lot of that was about Sam. And that's typical. Like we've seen that from him consistently, where when they need a steal or they need something, he gets it. And I mean, it's hard to overlook Price Sanford when you're talking about the MVP of the team, because it's not just that he's scoring 18 points a game. Like that doesn't really, I think, capture his value. He's hit so many big shots, and there have been times where he's been their only offense when they've been in danger. They've played a lot of games where they've played one good half and one bad half, and in those bad halves, there have been a lot of instances where the only reason that they've stayed in games and had the ability to win them is because Price has been hitting threes. And I don't know, MVP. I mean, I think Sam Hoiberg, just because he does so much in like every phase of the game, I'd probably pick him, but I think Sanford is the one with the better shot to be a first team all Big Ten. Nebraska's not going to get 2 on the first team all Big Ten. They only put 5 players. So if you're picking one, I think it'd be Price, and then maybe Sam is is the defensive player of the year. I think that's a coach's award. And I could also see him like second team All Big Ten, but he would be deserving of first team All Big Ten with what he's done, leading the league in steals, first in the nation and turnover to assist. Like, he's the top rebounding guard in the Big Ten. Like, that alone should get you consideration.
Mitch, the Big Ten tournament, how important is it in the grand scheme of things? Nebraska's going to be in a great spot. They're going to get the triple bye. So they'll only be 3 games away from winning the whole thing. There's the whole visual of being that last team to win before Selection Sunday. And you get the team shot in the locker room where you got the trophy while they're getting their name called. And certainly there's a chance of improving your tournament seeding. But given, that it's all going to be focused on got to win in the NCAA tournament, this is finally the year. How important do you think next week in is it Chicago?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, next week in Chicago really is for Nebraska.
Not important. And of course, if Nebraska were to win it, then win the Big Ten tournament, then that's a huge accomplishment. It's one of the greatest accomplishments in program history. And then you could have 30 wins going into the NCAA tournament. If you take these next 2, you don't underestimate. Like, that's amazing. But you would feel empty still if somehow you were to do that and then lost the next week. Like, you'll take wins in the NCAA tournament every day over wins in the Big Ten tournament. They've done that before, and they've put themselves in a position going into these last 2 where it shouldn't need to matter. Like, just split these last 2, have 26 wins. I mean, 27 would be fantastic, but even if you have 26 and you get the 2 seed there, you can get out of Chicago pretty quick. Like, I'm not stressing about that at all. I don't think it would affect their NCAA seeding. And you could help yourself, but I don't think you could hurt yourself in the Big Ten tournament. And there's more important stuff for this team. Like, I think that's one of the strong suits or something that I admire about this senior class, and really led by Sam and Rink Mast, is they're solely focused. Like, they don't have any kind of illusion about what they want from this team. And it wasn't setting the school record for victories. It wasn't anything, with their personal statistics. They've been talking about this since the 2 of them got on the court together for the first time several years ago. Wouldn't it be great if we could finish our careers and get Nebraska a victory or victories in the NCAA tournament? So they're not going to get sidetracked from that and lose too much sleep over what happens at the Big Ten tournament.
Mitch, the ebbing and flowing of the conversation surrounding the team this year has been so interesting because, they get off to, let's say, by the time that they finish up the Creighton, Wisconsin, Michigan State week or Illinois week, it's like, wow, okay, there's a pretty good team. And then they get to 20-0 and it's like, oh my gosh, this is going to be a generational team. And then they lose 4 over the next month, all in a vacuum, like totally understandable, all to teams that are going to be in the NCAA tournament. But in particular, I think the Iowa one left a bad taste maybe in people's mouths about, like, had they peaked? Are they going to be able to refine that? I use that as a long-winded way of asking about this win over USC in particular, and now how you're viewing them, because first win over a team with a record above 500 basically in a month and a half since that Indiana game in Bloomington in early January. Like, are you starting to view them again like you were as, oh, hey, Frager is suddenly healthy and look at how he has changed his game and he's returning to form? Like, how are you viewing them now versus even 2 weeks ago versus a month ago, et cetera?
Yeah, I thought that this is what was going to happen when they were going through that stretch of losing 4 out of 6. I thought they were just too mature of a team, and we'd seen such a great version of them in December, and with the way that Hoiberg coaches them and the way that Nate Lenzer coaches them and all the experience they have around this group, I didn't think that they were going to allow themselves, or the people are in leadership positions coaching and on the court, were going to allow them to be a team that peaked way too early and just like was never able to regain that. But it's hard. It's really hard to, unless you're Duke, and just have immense talent. It's really, really hard to sustain that. I mean, even like the teams in the Big 12, like Arizona looked unbeatable. And they've gone through it. Michigan Michigan hasn't really gone through it, but again, they're more like Duke. You're going to have a lull. You cannot just play at that absolute peak for 3 months. And not that it was by design for Nebraska to have a dip in February, but I think that's just like the natural flow of a season when every opponent knows you so well and it's such a grind and it's hard to see light at the end of the tunnel, and you start to have the injuries and the team isn't deep, so they're going to affect you more, and they had some illness that we all know about. Yeah, I thought they're going to get to a place toward the end of the regular season where that comes to an end and they see that light at the end of the tunnel, and they're going to start to look more like the team that we saw in December and January. And I think that's what happened in the second half. Some of it's been over the past 3 games, but definitely in the second half against USC. And I don't know if that extends to tomorrow night, but I think even if it doesn't, I think they'll pick right back up where they left off in the second half against USC when they play Iowa on Sunday. Like, I think that's really truly like when they put their foot on the gas and start to motor toward the NCAA tournament. And this team's they're too focused on the right things and to have run into a problem where you expended all your energy in February.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, thank you. Have a great week.
Thanks. You guys do the same.
Thanks, will. Mitch Sherman joins us every Monday here on the Grum. How about this?
What's up?
According to the city
of
Omaha, Pacific Street will be reopened this week.
Whoa.
And they say this city can't fix its potholes.
Yeah, we just fixed the biggest pothole in the history of America.
Well, biggest one in the history of Omaha for certain. I don't know about America, but it's pretty bad.
That's a Nick fact.
There is a thing.
It was called the earthquake.
Called the Grand Canyon.
I say, would you call
That's
the Grand
pretty
Canyon
big
a
pothole.
pothole?
Arizona
It's
still
on the
hasn't
base.
fixed that thing yet.
Yeah, they got to get their S together, John.
That's
exciting.
incredible, man.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be closed for months.
See, when you put your mind to it, you can do good things. When you put your mind to it, you can make things happen.
That's exciting. That's why Nick, he put his mind to something today and he delivered.
Fire Matt Rhule.
Oh, so you are saying this is Nick's idea?
No,
Nick's trying to
he took your idea and put his mind to
trying to get Matt Rhule fired. I see how you're doing this. Also, very on brand for Major League Baseball.
What did they do?
Who this week?
Oh, the A's are up 7-1 on the Padres.
This week is the beginning of the World Baseball Classic, but tomorrow they're doing some exhibition games.
Okay.
Major League Baseball is putting the Canadian team versus the Blue Space Jays.
Oh, Canada versus Canada.
Exactly. It's Canada on Canada.
Civil
crime.
War Part 2. Canadian Bugaloo.
And who do you root for? I mean, Canada's not expected to, light the world on fire.
Creighton
World
used to
Baseball
wear
Classic.
Blue Jays uniforms from Canada, so I think you got to root for Toronto.
It's true.
But don't they?
Well, I rooted for Toronto in the World Series.
Didn't they not travel their announcers, though? That's tough.
It is.
I know who Farron's rooting for.
But it's like
Canada.
I mean, well, how do we know the Canadians are traveling their announcers?
Excellent point. Maybe it's a Canadian thing.
But they can't let Canada win one.
Did you see?
They got to make sure. Oh no, we got to offset the win with the loss. And if the Blue Space Jays lose to Team Canada, that's a bad look for the American League champions.
Did you see our friend Kevin Kugler is calling some World Baseball Classic
I
this
did
year?
see that. I said, dude, Kevin, that's
That
awesome.
is that a promotion or a demotion?
You get to watch baseball.
Why would it
Have
be
to.
a demotion?
That's what I was asking.
It's the Olympics of baseball.
But there will be baseball at the Olympics, so won't that be the Olympics of baseball?
Yeah, but we don't know who's playing.
No, that'll be the baseball of the Olympics.
I don't believe I don't believe MLB is working with them.
All right. Well, good luck to all parties involved. I can't wait to not watch.
I have my alarms set for
What
later
time
this
are
week.
those games going to be?
Oh, Japan is playing at like 5 a.m.
You're going to wake up at 5 a.m. to watch baseball?
Yes.
Expecting
Nick, you have a job to
his
do.
team.
You have work. You're going to be falling asleep during the show.
Baseball is sports. Our job is sports.
You're going to be falling asleep during the grub.
I'll be fine.
Interesting. John, are you going to wake up at 5?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Unless the dog's up at 5.
Bark, bark.
Sorry, I'm clearly the only one here who cares about keeping up with the biggest sporting event in the world.
That's called the Super Bowl. Oh, in the world, that's the World Cup. You going to be watching the World Cup?
No.
Okay. Interesting.
There's no World Cup this year.
Yes,
There
it
is. There is.
Where?
In the
America.
world.
Didn't they just do it? Didn't they just do it last year?
No, they did it 4 years ago in 2022.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
there's a
already
World
been
Cup
4
this
years.
year?
It went by like that. It's going to be in America this year.
Shows how much I'm paying attention.
Well, it'll be on in the studio this summer.
And I thought I Don't Care was until Thursday.
I don't care.
16:20 The Zone.
Fire Matt Rhule.
Jay Dixon wants to know, I took the clickbait. Why is it Fire Matt Rhule week again? I don't know. Ask Nick. He's the
way
one
to
that
play
created it.
coy, John.
There's no coy here. This was your idea.
You should be swimming in a pond because you're being a koi fish.
This is like at Christmas time when Dad.
That was a dad joke.
It was
when Dad won't tell us what's under the tree. He's like, I can't tell you.
I don't know. I don't know. Your mother bought it.
I have to keep it a secret.
I work with idiots. That's why it's Fire Matt Rhule week.
Okay. Like Matt, I know he's younger than you, John, but you don't have to call me an idiot. That's pretty mean.
Yeah, that's messed up.
Yeah.
Last week, Scott Docterman of The Athletic published an article on the Big Ten's finances.
Fire Matt Rhule.
Has nothing to do with that. Has nothing to do with that.
Nice.
Then how come there's not better players with all the money? You ever think about that?
Well, the rest of the league has really good players. Now, this is the 2025 fiscal year.
So this is the 2024 football
season. So this
season.
is summer of 24 to summer of 25.
Okay.
And this is the data compiled by all of these 16 public schools. Remember, Northwestern and USC are private schools.
Mhm.
They don't have to make their records public. So you're going back to the year where Ohio State won the national championship.
Ugh, don't remind me.
But
Remember?
Ohio State was number one in generating the most revenue.
Makes sense. They played in a lot of games.
$336 million. Which is $60 million better than Michigan, who was number two.
It's a lot of millions.
Then Penn State was third at $255 million. And then comes Nebraska at number 4, which was
even though they were average,
which was about $213
Says a lot, doesn't it?
million dollars. But here's the gap that we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Now this is revenues. So you got Ohio State at 336 at the top. At the bottom,
Northwestern.
No,
wait, they probably had donations coming in for their stadium. Rutgers.
No. Maryland.
Mm.
$124 million. Whoa. In other words, Ohio State in the same conference generated almost 3 times the revenue of Maryland.
So it's funny. We talk about the big two, right? It used to just be the Power 5, and then it was the Power 4. And now we all acknowledge it's really the Power 2 and everybody else.
Yeah.
Even inside of one of those leagues, it is the Power 1. And then, what is it? What would you say inside of the league it is? Like where are the groups? Is Nebraska, would you even consider them in that revenue generating group with an Ohio State, or like they?
No, I mean, Ohio State and Michigan are
kind of like their own
are their own thing. Now, again, this was Ohio State winning a national title, so how much more revenue did that create?
They played 4 extra games.
What will be very interesting is to see how this looks a year from now when we're looking at what Indiana did.
Yeah, where is Indiana on this list?
He did not publish the list. It was just in the article itself.
Okay.
So I didn't see where Indiana was. But to have one team in the same league, and I know it's a very big league, but to have that big a gap, when people talk about super leagues and people splintering away,
kicking teams out
who aren't holding up their fair share.
This is what we're talking about.
This is what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's quite the gap.
Now, when it came to ticket revenues, this is just from football ticket revenues. Michigan was number 1 at almost $68 million. Ohio State was number 2 at 67. Penn State was third at 44, and then Nebraska at 31. In fact, if you look at this, and I'll remember, Nebraska generally draws about 15 to 20,000 more fans to her home game than Oregon, roughly.
And yet they're that close.
And yet Nebraska, 31.1 million in football ticket revenues in fiscal year 2025. Oregon, 30.5.
What do we attribute this to? Is this the stadium having a lot of people grandfathered in? It has to be, right?
I mean, it could be.
I bet Oregon doesn't have the type of grandfather clauses in their season ticket holders that Nebraska does. I mean, especially when you consider that so many of those are really prime seats, West Stadium type stuff, generations. You know, I'm sure all of us who are listening right now know somebody who has season tickets in one of those spots that has been passed down from generations. One of my best friends, his family has season tickets that they have had since the 50s. And so they don't have to pay a whole lot for those.
Yeah.
Which is something Dannon is wanting to change. This is not something that he wants moving forward.
Fire.
He wants to do the reseating so they can start making more money.
But that is rather surprising that, you know, even though Nebraska's stadium is roughly 20,000 seats greater than Oregon's, they basically had the same amount of football ticket revenue.
It makes sense that Michigan and Ohio State are that much further ahead of them. They have over 100,000 seats at their stadium. Penn State also over 100,000 seats at their stadium. Nebraska should not be that close to Oregon. They should be making...
Theoretically, they shouldn't be. Especially
given that Michigan and Ohio State and Penn State all have much bigger student sections than Nebraska. You know, so it's not even like you could say, yeah, but Josh, they have...
How big is the Oregon student section?
I don't know how big Oregon's is. I know that Penn State's and Ohio State's and Michigan's are a lot bigger, though.
Because I'd be surprised if Oregon had that many student seats if they're generating that kind of revenue in their small stadium. And it's small. What is it, 60,000?
Now, okay, here's a story for Oregon's football stadium. Theirs is, 60,000. Now, this is a story from Oregon Live back in 2011. So it was a long time ago. Student section capped at 5,400.
That makes sense because they have fewer seats.
Yeah. I don't think Nebraska's is that big, though. If I remember right, when I was in college, it was like 8,000.
Yeah. And they, you know, and I think slowly but surely students' ticket sales have trickled downward. I still think they're in the 6,500 range.
For students?
I think.
Yeah, I can't find anything in terms of the actual number. But yeah, it's not. It's certainly not as big as Michigan's. It's certainly not as big as Ohio State. I mean, Penn State's is what, like 20,000?
And the interesting thing is Doctorman pointed out in his article, for the fiscal year that we're looking at here, 2025, Nebraska's ticket income returned to normal levels because Nebraska trimmed prices in 2023 because of the 100th anniversary. Remember, Trev Alberts did that sale. And they lowered the ticket prices. So this actually went back up to where it was supposed to be, yet it's still...
Wow, that's wild.
Almost identical with the Oregon Ducks. And there was only one non-football and basketball program that made money in fiscal year 2025.
Would that be volleyball? Oh, wow.
Minnesota hockey.
Wow.
Minnesota!
They do love their hockey up there in Minnesota.
It was the first time in 10 years that Nebraska women's volleyball did not turn a profit. They listed a $1.4 million deficit.
Wonder why that is.
24-25. Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. So that's the last year for John Cook. I don't know. Did they do renovations to Devaney? They hadn't started that yet.
Well,
right?
when you consider that they did have the Memorial Stadium sellout,
but that was the year before.
That was the year before. So that's.
I guess I always thought that they were in the black.
Well, they were for 10 years, and then this last year they were not.
I wonder why.
They were not. Also, on football recruiting.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Fire Matt Rhule.
Most programs saw cost reductions for travel in regards to football recruiting.
Oh, probably because we're going.
All but 4 football programs reported fewer recruiting-related expenses in 24-25.
Portal? Would we attribute this to the portal?
That is exactly.
Yeah.
In fiscal year 2024, the Big Ten's public schools, Big Ten public schools, that's not a place I'd send my kid, spent $30.1 million on football recruiting, but in fiscal year 2025, it was reduced to $29.2 million. Washington had the biggest cut, followed by Nebraska and Penn State. Nebraska's recruiting budget went down by $500,000. And yes, the transfer portal is being cited as a big reason why.
Jim wants to know, Jim and O'Neill, our good friend, was that the year, talking about volleyball, that they took the big European trip? Did they go over to Europe?
That could be.
That would certainly play a part in that. That's expensive.
That probably would be.
Mm-hmm. Fascinating. Very interesting stuff.
But remember, Nebraska's reseating the Devaney Center, and things are going to ratchet up.
The price of the brick is going up.
Revenues should be going up.
People are going to feel a certain way, Nick, about Troy Dannon.
Fire.
Smiles and glory holes.
Slipped.
Yes. Fire Jerry Jones. That's next week. It's Fire Jerry Jones week.
Only Jerry can fire Jerry.
Or God.
He owns the team.
God can fire him.
Oh, really? How's that?
Well, he could be an Old Testament God again.
So you are rooting for his demise.
I didn't say that.
That is sad.
I'm just giving you a fact. God can do things.
This is a wonderful, dear old gentleman, Southern gentleman.
Yeah, definitely.
Very fine man. Very fine man.
Not problematic at all.
No.
Not at
Of course
all.
not.
Jeremy says,
He employs many people.
He has many black friends.
He has many black friends.
Jeremy wants to know, did they use the money for Cook's monument, etc.? Did they build him a statue that cost too much money?
They did build him a statue, but if that statue cost $1.4 million, I think they got ripped off.
402 texts in. DBK also makes $100,000 less than John Cook. Does that make it weirder that they were in the red? So again, this was the year before.
This was the year before.
This was 24-25.
Correct.
So yeah, but you're right.
So this is John Cook's deficit. This is John Cook's budget deficit.
Oh, come on, John. No wonder he retired.
He was a lame duck coach.
He really was.
At deficit spending, John Cook.
No,
you know what? It was probably because of all them damn horses. You know, he's a big cowboy.
Too many horses.
Yeah.
And I remember we had great coverage of that retirement live here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct the day that the news came down.
Well, coming up next, it's not live, but it is Owen Chambliss.
Whoa. Nice get, Nick.
Well,
Fire Matt Rhule.
While some people are being negative town,
Yeah.
I'm trying to be positive town.
This is wild. I don't know what happened to you. Did John get abducted by aliens and they
No.
sent back a slightly more positive
This is
version?
spring football. We're supposed
John's
to be
getting
optimistic
probed right now.
You can't lose in spring football.
John, are you
can't
up in a
lose.
spaceship? What are they doing to your body? Can we get a Canva, Nick, of this?
Nick values his life. We'll be back. 1620 The Zone.
Johnny, email coming into the Equitable Bank inbox from Aaron and Papillion. Do donations for ticket seating count towards the individual sport, or do they count towards the Nebraska Foundation overall? I think the checks that are written go to the Nebraska Foundation and not the individual sport. Where does the NIL come from? They have to be paying volleyball players a few $1 million overall, right?
Well, but this would have been before, right?
This would have been pre-rev share.
This was pre-rev share.
Yeah.
And as we know, third-party NIL has not gone away.
And it never will.
No. Back in the day, they called that $100 handshake.
Now they call them $1 million handshakes.
Something like that. Owen Chambliss.
What kind of handshake did he get?
If this defense is going to click, he's going to have a very important role.
Yeah.
As one of the linebackers and one of the transfers coming over with his former coach, who is now his current coach again, Rob Orich, spoke to the media on Saturday after Nebraska's spring practice. And if you are looking for reasons for hope, this is someone you need to be looking towards. Here is Chambliss on his role as a defensive leader.
I think the challenges are just, making sure we're all on the same page every play, making sure we have effective communication from a play-to-play basis. I think I can come in and help because I've been in the defense for a whole year, right? So I've seen most of the looks, most of the sets. I understand pretty much all the communication front to back. So I can pretty much make sure the guys up front and the guys behind me are good every snap. Make sure we're all playing on the same page so we can play fast.
You need that.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't really think about that much when you consider the transfer portal, but when coaches would move from job to job, it was always nice to have that captain on your defense that understood all the terminology, understand where you needed to be, why you needed to do these things, have that team leader. It was harder to do back in the days before you could, just transfer willy-nilly. But now you can bring key guys with you, as Orich has done, to help be that coach on the field. It makes the transition much, much easier.
For sure. And that's why when they added Orich to the staff back in December, that was one of those things that I was wondering about, was how many of these guys are going to follow him and how key can they be, And of course the question is going to be, how will they adapt to playing in a much tougher league, which I know that people are going to ask the same thing about Orich. But I think you got to be bullish on these guys and their ability to do it. That's the name of the game in college football right now. Indiana doesn't win a national championship without bringing guys up from a lower level of college football to Indiana.
But guys who knew
the system and obviously could execute.
Culture and knew everything about the head coach.
Yep.
Well, one of those guys, one of those fellow transfers that came with Chambliss and Orich, Dwayne McDougal, safety.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me and Dwayne love each other. We're tight as can be, man. Obviously coming from San Diego State together, and it's going to help us tremendously. Obviously, we play in two different parts of the field, so we can get our communication out faster, and I don't really got to turn around because he's back there. I can just talk to the big guys up front.
And how often do we talk in sports about the trust level that you have to have with everybody, and knowing, that he can say that knowing he has the guy behind him, that'd be massive if it ends up being proven true.
Here was Chambliss on, he's kind of considered a student of the game.
Mm-hmm.
On where and how he developed that.
When I was in middle school, I started playing safety, and I was watching Tyrann Mathieu highlights, and he had a little clip come out about him watching film, and it kind of talked about how he wasn't the biggest or the fastest guy, but he made so many plays at LSU and then obviously in the NFL, to how the mental side of the game helped him make those plays. And that's kind of when it started to click. And then when I first got to college, had a lot of really good older guys teach me how to watch film and showed how it translated to their game. So I say it started in middle school.
He said he's already watched film on every opponent this
That's
year.
crazy, man. Also to have that next level capability to do that at such a young age, Matthew's a hell of a player to look up to, because he's right. Size-wise, he was not the biggest, not the fastest, not the strongest, and yet he always was able to make plays, particularly at the college level, but even in the pros.
Here was the quote that I had mentioned when we were talking to Mitch Sherman a few minutes ago. This is about Chambliss sizing up his fellow linebackers.
Yeah, we're deep. We got some obviously young guys, like you said, like Will and Mooberry are good players. And I think we have a really smart group that's really ready to work. It's probably the most talented group I've been a part of. And I think we're going to do some good things from that room this year.
Yeah. You have Chambliss, who has the institutional experience of being with Orich, but then you bring in two Power 4 guys. You got Dexter Foster, who was at Oregon State, and Hawthorne, his Chambliss mentioned, Will Hawthorne from Iowa State. This could be, I mean, and you still have guys like Shavers and Merritt who played significant minutes last year, who are also back and get some decent depth there.
Mm-hmm.
But what about the defensive line?
A very good question.
Amazing. I think Pop's done some great things. Sue has done some great things. I think all of them have done some really good things. They look big, fast, violent. They look confident. I think that's the biggest thing I see, man. They look as confident as you can be up front. I think that's the biggest thing I've seen from them.
All right, now I'm gonna go to -10, just a little tiny bit of -10.
Sure,
tiny bit.
Sure, go ahead.
If we were to do a spring football bingo card
Mm-hmm.
of all of the things that are said, I mean, I would have yelled bingo. The game would already be
sure.
He
Fire,
said,
Matt, Rhule.
He said a lot of the things that we hear during spring football.
Sure.
Yeah, Matthew says, "Are we drinking the Kool-Aid again already?"
Well,
are you drinking that other stuff?
You expect him to drink the Kool-Aid?
Yeah, of course.
He's making
a play.
it. He's helping make it.
That's true. He knows the recipe.
He is the Kool-Aid.
Finally,
I don't hate Chambliss, Baymont. Don't you say that, you jerk.
Finally, here was Chambliss being asked about Big Ten physicality. I'll give you 3 guesses, and the first 2 don't count. Who asked Owen Chambliss about measuring up to the Big Ten's physicality?
You always hear about the Big Ten's level of physicality. Does that show up as you're watching it? Do you think about that?
I do think about it. I think I'm a physical player too, so it's not very impactful. But I do say the O linemen are bigger and faster, more so. You know what I mean? So I think there's a little more power behind people.
Is that what jumps out most in terms of the difference between the Big Ten and the Mountain West?
Yes, sir.
The linemen.
Our O-line's phenomenal. So it's a struggle and a blessing going against those guys every day. But they've definitely shown me what that's going to be like and how fast they move and how they operate. It's impressive.
Classic Sipple.
I love Sipple.
Sipple, great questions. Totally on brand. Can't wait to chat with them tomorrow. Matthew writes, Nebraska football fans get so excited in the spring, like McMaster's date before a date, only to be grossly disappointed. Is Nebraska football the Matt McMaster of football?
Fire, Matt.
Oh.
It's versatile. I made
it
it versatile.
really is. You did a good job.
Well, you wanted some positivity. I tried to give it to you.
You're guzzling.
I tried to.
You are guzzling.
That's why we call you Guzzle John.
Guzzle Boy John.
I tried to give you some positivity.
Uh-huh.
Hey, you should be proud of me. Matt Rhule spoke this weekend. I didn't listen.
You didn't listen?
No, I didn't listen.
Wow.
Fire, Matt, Rhule.
That's kind of where you're going with this, apparently. Huh?
No.
Just didn't want it. It was only 16 minutes.
What was that? He only answered one question?
Unbelievable.
Jimmy writes, O-line will be the best O-line in the country.
Okay.
John agrees.
That's not
Jimmy
happening.
That. Oh,
Fire,
That
Matt.
is not happening.
Did you hear that? He admitted. Oh my God, he admitted.
What?
It won't be the best O-line in the country?
Fire, Matt, Rhule.
John,
I
you're
mean,
out
Nebraska
on
hasn't
Rhule.
had the best offensive line in the country in
when
damn near 30 years.
1997. Hokisker says, wait, I'm late. Why does the show want to fire Rhule?
Fire,
John, answer the
Matt,
question.
Rhule.
Because
this.
Nick wanted to. That's why.
John, this was all you.
He wanted something clickbaity. You know, he doesn't believe in AI, but he does believe in clickbait.
We literally talked about this last week. All last week, we were like, oh, Josh, you need to make a Fire Matt Rhule.
What I talked about last week was the 5-year article by Ralph Rousseau. of
Which
The
ended
Athletic.
with Matt Rhule getting
Fire.
No, it just ended with him not being here. Ned said nothing about firing. Matt Rhule might not be here because they won 4 straight national titles and he decided to ride out on his horse and join John Cook there on his ranch.
Maybe. And then the football program won't make any money because they're going to have to be paying out all the bonuses.
Fire, Matt, Rhule.
That would be tremendous.
Jimmy says 10-2 in 2026. Wow. Homer. That would be exciting. If they went 10-2, that would be awesome. Can you imagine the amount of fun we would have? Plus, you could call me an idiot.
Not our fans.
You can make fun of me.
I'm not. Why would I call you an idiot?
Because I'm not going to predict them to go 10-2.
Well, neither am I.
Fire
11
Matt
and 1.
Rhule.
I was actually looking at our board during this segment, seeing all those predictions.
Oh yeah, they're still up there, aren't they?
There's a 10 and 2.
They're still up there.
Yep.
I do like that someone did cross off Mike Eckler's name on our thing.
That's funny.
Yeah, he gone. He gone.
Ray writes, linebackers already talking about being undersized and slow. SMH.
Fire Matt Rhule.
Michael Severe joins us next.
Oh, I wonder what he thinks about this.
Well, I know he's excited about Owen Chambliss.
Yeah, he is a little choo-choo right now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Choo-choo.
That's why I wanted to play that audio first.
Awesome.
Fire Matt Rhule.
We'll be back on 1620 The Zone.
I don't know. I don't like that Severe guy.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe. If the first word is hash brown, you guys can add patty or something Latin if you want. It's still a hash brown. I remember the first thing I thought walking out of there was, okay, we're back. You just got to go in the back. I'm sorry. This cat, now he had a good freshman year. He sucked last year. Why is it surprised that he went through a struggle this year? Michael already brings the color. I don't care about fat Luca. I don't care about street clothes Anthony Davis. You both can go to hell. Michael's black.
Well, when you know who won the pony, he's been in the building for the last 2 hours.
And we had no idea.
I talked to Stacy for a while.
Oh.
Talked to some other people who I don't know their names for a while.
Yeah.
Talked to Meg for a while. I didn't know her name.
Yeah.
Which Meg?
Meg knows sports.
Oh, sweet Meg.
Yeah, I mean, Meg,
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
We have two Megs.
We have two Megs.
Yeah, I don't know the other one.
Promotions Meg.
No, yeah,
I don't know her.
and you wouldn't have
Yeah.
a reason to know.
I don't know her.
necessarily.
I know Meg does sport. I knew Meg probably a decade ago, at least.
From where?
She was over at, I believe, Channel. Maybe.
And this is Meg from Sweet.
Yes, I believe that's where
for the
I know her
audience.
from.
Oh, when you were on
Our
that
sister
station that has since been eliminated.
Yeah,
taken out back and shot.
I don't know what's sadder. Me flipping on. I only listen to 590, that station, one time a week. Sunday morning, I listen to Matt and the other guy do their morning show on there. It's a really good football show, right?
Oh, okay.
I
didn't
listen
know
to that,
yeah.
and I would turn on Sunday. I forgot
that it was off the air.
and it was like static. I was like, oh. But today, so you had the Freedom Center close, which was a $125 million building for the World Herald, where they have the printing thing and everything.
Yes.
That's closed.
It's closed.
It's closed.
When was that built?
1999 is when it started being built. It opened in 2001.
This is like football stadiums, man. Oh, we got to replace it. It's 25 years old.
This it's not replacing this.
Well,
this was not getting replaced. And then that station going away. That I mean, you look back, on the history of that. I mean, it's kind of sad.
It's a legendary.
Anytime we
station.
have fewer places for outlet when it comes to news
agree.
and or sports, it's sad.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
And on that note,
That
it's a
might be-
Michael Severe Monday.
Now,
yeah,
the is that what they called it? The Freedom Center?
Yeah, it's Freedom Center. Yeah,
I didn't know.
The Gottschalk Freedom Center, I believe, is the full title.
I didn't know that's what they called it, but this is the World Herald Printing Press. It's the one that's as you get off the exit there,
13th.
Yeah,
and
13th and basically the interstate.
Capitol. Capitol. Yeah,
That could-
it's really. I mean, it's a cool looking building. It took us on a tour when I first got the job, and it's awesome looking in there. And when the printer was going at the same time,
Right.
oh.
Is it big enough? Could it be an indoor practice facility?
Oh, hell yeah. The building is gigantic.
That's why, but I was wondering if it was tall enough.
There is more concrete in that building than the majority of the high rises.
No kidding.
They had to have triple the amount of concrete because of the weight, of,
weight
the printing press
press
and all that stuff. Yeah, it's a
Wow.
unique building. It's a very unique building. And now it's empty.
I got to get on Marcus.
Marcus,
if you want to start a football team, there's an indoor practice
Let's
facility
go.
right off
Yes,
campus.
it's definitely big enough for that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely. Because it's like, if you go down to the ground floor all the way up, it's probably 5 stories.
Okay. Because I always that's the exit I take when I go in, and I see it
too.
all the time.
Yep.
And I was just thinking in my head, man, that's amazing. And of course, the Journal Star, they had their printing press.
Mm-hmm.
That got blown out. They've turned that into hotel space.
Well, every
now.
place is getting printed the same place now. You have the same copy editor. You have the same place to
Yep.
print it. Everything is.
Where do they print now?
Oh, it's.
I don't know.
It's in.
I
It's
don't
some.
know.
It's central Nebraska, right? Isn't it? Isn't it now?
I don't. That's a good question.
I know it moved
So they
to where
print
they were
the
uniform.
Omaha World Herald.
I believe every one of both the Lincoln Journal Star
Mhm.
and the World Herald were printed the same space, and I don't believe it's in Omaha.
And so they have to drive it all the way here every.
I don't know exactly where it is.
Man, that's
The only-
crazy.
I know that they moved it a while ago. It
Yes.
hasn't been printing down at the Freedom Center for a long time.
Oh wow.
And because they don't have as many, and they use that big up building, all that energy. I'm
That's
sure.
crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they print now. But I know that they've unified or centralized the copy editors and that stuff.
Mm.
Yeah, so that's kind of sucks. That's why you get so many errors now. Used to be when you wrote a story, you had 4 people read it. Then it was maybe 3 people read it. Now you write it, and hopefully somebody reads it. And
You're right about the central part.
Where is
Different
it?
state.
oh, it's in Iowa.
They moved their printing to the Des Moines Register
Okay.
facility
Okay.
in Iowa.
So
I
it's
know
2
it's a
hours away.
Yep, 2.5 hours away.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, that's the whole thing is just sad. When I went there, they had 81 people on that floor, on floor 7,
Mm-hmm.
and they had floor 6, and they had floor 15, and they had floor 8 in that building.
So they had what? 6,
They
7.
had 6, 7, 8, 15.
Okay.
Yep, because you had on 6,
And you're talking the main World Herald
the
building.
building that still has the logo on
Right, it
it,
still has
but
a logo.
isn't in there anymore. Yeah, so they had on 6, they had like advertising and sales. 8 was like advertising, not advertising. People who sell circulation, and some other stuff.
And so
then
it's 7 all the writers.
7 was all the writers and everybody in the news.
And that's where you
department.
were, right?
That's where I was on the 7th floor. And you
Okay.
had 81 people when I started working there at the end of 2014.
And what is that number now?
Well, I went to the other location, the new location.
Which is where they at now?
It's like at 130 something, and it's not Fort. Somewhere out west.
Okay.
But I've gone there a couple times. And when I go there, there's usually like maybe 3 or 4 people in the newsroom.
Wow.
Yeah. Like Sam's always there. The times I've gone, Sam's been there. I've met with the person who's the managing editor a couple times. He's been there. And then they have that little room they use for podcasts and stuff. But
wow.
Yeah. And I always think about it like just from the football coverage perspective back when I was a kid and, we had the World Herald and how those Sundays after games.
Oh, yeah.
You had the columnists. You had the regular beat writer, and then there was, how big were those?
Notes.
Just Nebraska football sections alone
notes.
every Sunday.
Yeah, get a
It
whole
was like 8-9 writers.
all the notes. Yeah.
Take it from me. I have a bad back because of that. Carrying that paper every
around
Sunday.
Well, that's not going to be an issue now.
No.
Well, remember they shrunk the
haven't
size
been-
of the paper.
Yeah, the papers haven't been that
like
big in
this?
a long
They were
time.
one of the last. They were one of the last ones to do it.
Yeah.
Many papers around the country made it a smaller printing size before Omaha did.
I do miss that. You'd sit out there with the Sunday paper, and there was so many sections of it that you could just it would be spread out all over the floor.
I have a great photo
all over the floor
of Miles reading the comics. He would read the comics every Sunday. This is when he was like 3 or 4.
Sure.
He loved the comics. And I have a great picture of him with the big comic section, just reading it, the Sunday one. And then that slowly went away, and no movie listings. You need that anymore. And
no,
we're in a whole different place now.
Fun, exciting.
Yes, fun, exciting.
Thanks a lot, Nick's generation.
Less information than we had before.
Fire.
We just played some Owen Chambliss audio a little bit ago. I mean, if you're looking at a guy who represents what you would hope would be hope for this season, he's got to be like, he's on the Mount Rushmore of guys. I mean, obviously Calandria, but on the defensive side, this is the dude.
Well, when I was with Josh 2 weeks ago now,
and
and I did my newcomers, I had Calandria 1A and I had Chambliss 1B.
Yeah.
Because I think it's hard to separate them. One guy is the blessing, supposedly, for the offense, and then the other guy is the blessing for the defense. You watch Chambliss play, the fact that he's 2 pounds heavier than the guy who I thought was the bigger transfer linebacker kind of surprises me because I believe Chambliss last year when he played, I thought he was more like 225, 220, and now he's like 238. Putting on,
he looks it,
and
too.
he looks it.
He looks it.
Yeah.
He looks like. I mean, honestly, I thought when I just saw the still photo, I thought, oh, that must be one of the new defensive linemen.
Yeah,
because he's big.
One of the things
He
I like
looks big.
about him, and this is something that Schaefer talked about last year a lot, the fact that they didn't have a lot of explosion, suddenness, big plays coming from the linebacker spot. And when you did, you had a couple. Shavers obviously had the great hit and forced the fumble against Cincinnati, but they weren't a lot. And he's that kind of guy. He's going to make plays. He's going to get his hands on the ball. He's going to get some sacks. And it's what they need in this system. And if the defensive line plays like a good coach defensive line can play, it's going to allow those linebackers, whoever, there's like 5 guys for 2 spots, and whoever ends up being the guys in terms of the rotation are going to have a lot of success.
So are you bullish on the linebackers?
Being that you have 5 guys who I think, people keep telling me Bowers is one of them, okay? And Bowers can't cover. I've watched him in practice. I've watched him in games. He can't cover. Now, as a run-stopping linebacker, I think he's very efficient, but he can't cover. So he's not a guy that you can feel comfortable in there on first down if somebody goes play action and they get somebody on him. But I think overall, I think Shavers is going to come in much better shape. I think he's going to be motivated to try to play over the 2 transfers. I think 5 deep is legitimate for them. I do feel pretty good about the linebackers.
I mean, you just look at the numbers, and again, I understand the competition is different, but solo tackles. Chambliss had 62. Who had the most solo tackles last year for Nebraska?
The most solo tackles for Nebraska.
More solo tackles for Nebraska. I will give you a hint. It was not a linebacker.
No, I think it was a safety. Yeah, I was thinking I figured it would be either the 2 people. I thought it'd be Javin Wright, who you said it's not, and then it would be the kid that just went to the Pro Bowl, to the combine.
Deshaun
Singleton. Yeah.
44.
Those 2 guys. I mean, they hit the most. They had the most.
44.
I'm surprised Wright didn't. He had a couple games where he had like 9 and 8.
Yeah, where was he at?
And 10.
Who'd you say again?
Right.
Javon Wright. Buda Wright.
Buda Wright he had 39.
39. That's it.
So, and he was 3rd in solo tackles. Donovan Jones had 40. But the point is, yes. I mean, Chambliss 62 solo tackles, would have far and away led last year's team.
Yeah. Well, Nebraska did do rotation. They did have a lot of rotation. I'm
They
assuming
did.
that Chambliss played almost every snap.
He probably did.
Yeah, so that helps you. But
He probably did.
I'm a fan of his. The funny thing about it is Dawson Merritt, in terms of natural instincts, just watching him as a true freshman, I thought he looked as good. Now he got banged up and everything, but you watched him pre-snap of him adjusting the defensive linemen to get them in the right place. This is a true freshman correcting Elijah 7th year Judy to the right spot.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, that shows me that guy actually is out there studying and knows what he's doing. And if he's healthy, that's another guy among that 5 that can actually contribute at linebacker.
Michael, what are you listening for at this time of year? Because as we played, I mean, some of the quotes from Chambliss, you could have just inserted them into any of the last few years and it would have sounded eerily similar. So what are you actually listening for, given that the chatter is going to be what it usually is?
I thought the defensive line coach really did a good job of explaining what he wants these defensive linemen to do. You know, playing well with their hands, being more explosive. The biggest problem they had last year was finishing. How many times did they get guys that were in the backfield and just completely miss quarterbacks, right? Big plays during the season. And so finishing at the top of the rush, using your hands, having good footwork, and talking about setting the edge. You can't have enough conversations about setting the edge. Not in the Big Ten, you're going to get, counter trays. You're going to get 2 pullers. You're going to get double tight ends. You're going to have to be able to set the edge, or you're going to get run on like they did against Penn State, where because they didn't set the edge right, you got Katron Allen going down the sideline easily, right? And that's the one thing I want to hear him talk about. So the coach is talking about being more fundamental. I don't think you can talk enough about fundamentals based on the way that defense played last year. And I want to hear, are they turning the ball over when they go into scrimmages on offense?
Yeah.
Is Calandria protecting the ball? Is Latif protecting the ball? Are they giving up the touch sacks? I don't know how much they'll talk about that. I hope they let us go to practice and at least see these guys.
Yeah, has there been
There's not an announcement yet for one. Wednesday and Saturday, they're going to have availabilities for press, but not to go watch.
And Saturday is rumored to
They're
be
assuming it's going to be a scrimmage.
We're assuming,
but not open, and nothing's been open yet. Just to go and look, get a good look at the way the size of the offensive line. It's a giant offensive line.
Yes, it is.
Because usually it's like you get at least some of the B-roll, for the
give us 20 minutes at the top of the practice.
Yeah.
Drive all the way down there for 20 minutes, but do what you got to do. I think back to some of those years where Minnesota had those giant offensive lines, and Wisconsin.
Yes.
Nebraska has one of those. They have a giant offensive line, both in height and weight. And so how they block, and I was talking to a former Nebraska player last week. When you watch Georgia Tech block and you watch what Jeep Wade taught and you watch those guys pass off junk in front of them, and remember how many times Nebraska had stunts or stems or stuff running and they just didn't handle it well. And you watch those guys at Georgia Tech. Now they have one guy that was in the draft, who's probably going to go 2nd or 3rd round. They have another guy next year who'll be a high pick. So they have talent. But watching him, the way he coached them to pass stuff off, I'm looking forward to seeing Nebraska do that. And anytime you can have your quarterback run the ball as many times as Georgia Tech did and not get him hurt, that's kind of a miracle. And it added to their running back yardage as well. So if they can do half of what Georgia Tech did skill-wise, it's going to like a better offense,
You mentioned setting the edge. Roy Manning, who's the new edges coach.
Yeah, that was a good speech by him, too.
This is what he said about the talent in his room. Do we have enough? Yeah, we have enough. I've got to coach my tail off, and we've got to learn what we're doing and how we do it. Just from a pure walk through the door, do we have enough to get to the quarterback? Yeah, we have enough.
You know what the difference is between, I hate this, but Nebraska and Iowa?
Many things, but.
Well, I mean, besides the fact that they're a more liberal state, and they used to be, and they have twice as many people. They have more want to in games than Nebraska has. Too many times you watch Nebraska play, and you think to yourself, if that guy wanted to get there more, to that spot, to that edge, to where he was supposed to be. And then you go back and you watch Iowa, and their guys do it. You watch this freaky guy with the mullet, yesterday at the Combine, and you watch him play, and you're just like, these guys are just intense people, I don't see enough intense people like that for Nebraska.
That's coaching.
You just don't see them.
That's coaching.
Part of it's personal responsibility too.
Well, sure,
you gotta
but you got to
to
identify those guys, so that still falls on coaching.
Yeah, it does. It does. And I mean, look, Babalade has obviously question marks coming in, and I wonder about him being out there. I feel better him being right tackle than left tackle, but is he going to have that kind of intensity when he plays? Is he going to not finish a guy and end up getting a penalty, but just finish a guy the way you're supposed to within the whistle? Is he going to do that? Is Black going to be very violent inside, especially when he's got to let go of somebody and get to the linebacker? Are they going to be able to do that? You watch Iowa, matter of fact, in all their sports sometimes, and they're just they have so much more desire than it looks like Nebraska does, which I don't know. It's just weird to watch.
That's frustrating.
It's what people always said Nebraska had.
Hey, they were talking about this on Happer and Schaefer this morning, the comp for Gilmer. And I found it interesting. And it wasn't so much like what wide receiver, like
probably Jerry Rice.
Is he nice? Is he body type or anything? But more, what kind of production is he going to match from the transfer receivers over the last handful of years? And so those names would, of course,
it won't be Palmer.
Yeah, it won't be Palmer. No. So then you can throw in what? So you have Dane Key. You have Jamal Banks.
Yep.
You have Samori Toure. And then I'm probably forgetting somebody in there. But I wonder what kind of comp you think he could be in terms of that kind of production of what they're hoping for. What are they hoping for?
I assume he's a starter.
Yeah.
Right? We all assume it's Dane Key, him, and Barney.
Yeah.
And then whoever they fill in with that.
Hunter instead of
Hunter. Yeah, Hunter.
But the way they talk him up, you'd think that Gilmer was Jerry.
Noah.
Rice.
Thank you, Thea. Kanavai Noah. That was the
Noah. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
And he only had those early games where he had the touchdown catch in the corner and then he disappeared for a long time and got injured and left and came back. So, I don't I would say you'd hope that he could get, especially with Calandria, 35 plus catches.
Yeah.
If you were going to have Hunter as your number one and he gets 45 to 50, your tight ends should make some plays. They love Sorensen. Lindenmeyer's got skill. We know that, especially his run after the catch. And then Barney gets a ton of targets already. I'm assuming he's going to get even more targets with Calandria here. So I combine them all together, the starting three. Could you get 50, 40, and 35? And the key to Barney is those 35 have to be more than just 4 yards or 5 yards a catch.
The other X factor we don't know is how are the running backs going to be utilized, because Emmett was the leading receiver last year with 46 catches. Yep. Are they going to continue to lean on running backs to do that, or is it going to be entirely different now that you have a new quarterback, potentially a new system, you got new running backs? Certainly, I mean, where do those 46 catches
The number one thing that'll change is depth of target because of Calandria and because he will extend plays.
Yes.
While he's extending plays, instead of just dumping it off to a running back because you have pressure,
he's
going to make the guy miss and then go downfield.
Yeah.
So depth of target and just per attempt last year by Rhule was just sad. It was just a sad number.
It was very sad.
And
it got worse as the season.
It was like 130th or something in the country. It was really bad.
It was low.
I don't think you'll see that with Calandria. Even if they're calling those screens that occasionally people get so frustrated, remember, every time they snap the ball, the defense is considering, do we have to stop the running quarterback?
Mm-hmm.
And so, a math problem.
Huh?
It's going to be a math problem.
It's a math problem and it's a motion problem. So when I'm all about pre-snap motion when you're talking about, right? So if you're moving Barney, or say you're moving one of your Y or your X, you're moving any of those guys around, because I like moving the tight end as well. You're moving those guys around, and the linebacker is shifting because they're in man, or even they're in zone just to get the numbers correct. They're still thinking to themselves, well, backside contained because he may not go that way.
Yeah.
The quarterback may go the other way. All of the things that quarterback can do because of his skill of running makes it so much harder on the defense. And the defenses are solid. Don't get me wrong. I mean, the Big Ten they're good at stopping this kind of stuff.
Yes, they are.
But the fact that they haven't seen that from Nebraska, and I don't know how much they'll put on tape in the first. You got to win the 3 games, I know, but I don't know how much you put on tape for those 3 games. You do what you got to do to win, but I want to hold back stuff for the Big Ten season. I want to be able to come out in the Big Ten season and also go 2-0, and then you're 5-0, and then you see what happens after that. But
we're talking ourselves into a 10-win season.
I don't think anybody's talking their way into a 10-win season. I'm just saying that the ability that Calandria gives you because of his skill. Now, I said this I think it was, what was that? What do you call it? One prediction that you believe or whatever.
Oh, hot take market.
Yeah, the hot take market. I believe that he can be top 5 in the Big Ten passing. I also believe he could be top 5 in turnovers. Right? He could do both of those and win games.
Yeah.
You know, going back to the days of Taylor Martinez, where he had a ton of fumbles and turnovers, but his production was so great they still won games.
Right.
Sonny writes on YouTube, he says, as an Omaha North alum, I was wondering what Michael thinks of Tyson Terry. When I coached Pee Wee football, we like to draft the kids who wrestled. Has he seen much of Tyson?
No, I haven't seen him since high school, and I watched him a lot in high school. The first time I saw Tyson Terry was actually on the sideline at a Nebraska game. He was at the game as a freshman. And I remember asking, I think I asked Sean, or maybe I asked Schaefer, I don't know. Like, and they told me that, and I was like, he's a freshman? Like a grown man, like a grown-ass man. I love it. Him and Malcolm Simpson are your biggest questions. You know, you didn't get to see either one of them last year because of injury. And now you're going to get a guy who's more of a nose, and you're going to get Malcolm Simpson, who's more of a 3 technique, thrown into there with the guys that already have experience. Plus, you bring in the 2 guys from transfer portal. Again, I like anybody coming from Pitt on defensive line because they produce defensive linemen. You add all that together, at least it gives you bodies you feel comfortable with. Last year, Judy played way too many plays for what he had as a skill set. He just did.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times did he look like he was absolutely exhausted in that bowl game?
A lot.
He'd give you 2-3 plays and he would be wiped, right? That's not what he was built for. So at least they have the bodies to be able to come off the bench with somebody else who has some skill. Now, I know I took a lot of criticism for thinking that defensive line could be better than it was the year before because of their athleticism. I thought the way they were going to run it, I hope most of it was because the coaching was bad and they struggled there. But at the same time, there's no excuse for Van Poppel not to be much better than he looked last year. On his own, remember personal responsibility we're talking about?
Yep.
He should have been better. And Nweri wore down, you know, and Judy shouldn't have played as many plays, but they had nobody else.
They didn't.
So the whole setup last year was destined for defeat based off of what we know now, right? We didn't know that before. We didn't know that the new coach couldn't run a room. We didn't know that certain guys weren't going to get better, that we thought were going to get better. I mean, how many people? Vincent Shavers didn't look as good as his freshman year.
No, he didn't.
Van Poppel didn't look as good as he had
good.
played, right? There were too many guys like that just didn't get better. Sierra got moved to a different spot, and he wasn't as good of a slot corner as he was as a corner out wide. Part of that is because they didn't have a guy they thought could play that slot, and it's a critical position. And so he didn't look as good as he looked the year before. It's a lot of guys not looking as good as they looked before. How much is that coaching? How much was it where you played them, how you played them, the schedule? The schedule certainly wasn't an issue.
No,
it was not.
No.
So
It'll go from the icebox to the frying pan this year.
Yeah, and you watch watch the combine, and you watch the skill and the speed and just talent. And Nebraska, you have to have 4 or 5 of those a year, minimum.
Yeah.
4 or 5 a year, going to the combine and looking like that. Not 2 guys. Maybe it should have been 3, with Sierra, but still, it's just not enough.
Speaking of the combine, that's what Michael spent his time waiting for his card doing.
Let's go.
You were doing your numbers thing again, but this time for the combine.
Well, I realized when I was watching all the days, I thought to myself, this is a lot of vertical jumps that are over 40 inches. I don't remember it being like that before. And so I went and checked, and I was right. They haven't had one with 25 guys 40 plus inches. I went back to 2016. You had some years where it was 9, 6, 14, 9, 17, 19. You had one that was 22 back in 2021.
And what was this year?
This was 25.
Whoa.
You had 25 guys jump 40 or more inches. Just crazy to think about. And the thing about it is you also had a guy who go 45 and a half.
Crazy.
45 and a half is legendary New York City playground. Earl Manigat, I jumped up, took the coin, the dollar off, and left change on top of the backboard kind of number. That's just ridiculous.
How what's the combine record?
For most verts over 40?
No.
Well, that is
single vert.
That was
45 and a half. Yeah.
And who did that?
It was oh my God, what was his name?
I'll look it up.
Yeah. Because I was following Sonny Styles, and Sonny Styles had 43 and a half.
Yeah.
But the 45 and a half was the tight end for Vanderbilt, Stowers.
Okay.
I think it was Stowers, wasn't it?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, because he double pumped. He jumped in the air and then he kicked again.
It's like Mario.
Yeah, like Mario, like somebody hit the button twice. Yeah. Yep, that's what he did. Yeah, he went up in the air and then went up in the air again. It was crazy to see.
Michael, I don't think I've ever asked any guest about arm length, but I'm going to do so now. And again,
Okay.
all these questions are always tied back to the Cowboys, of course, but there was a lot of chatter about Reuben Bain because I had this from ESPN. If Bain is selected in the first round, his arm length would be the shortest for any edge rusher drafted in the first round since 2003, which is the earliest year for which ESPN has researched data on.
Yep.
What do you think of that? Like, this was expected, right? Like, this is not a surprise.
He got measured in the summer.
Correct.
So we already knew.
So, like, what does that do? Like, is this someone who can fall to 12? And if so, should Dallas pounce on him if he gets there?
You can think of it this way, though. Reuben Bain can also play inside, depending on what the system is. And so he doesn't have to play edge rusher and to play end. He could actually, he played inside at Miami. Now, he's got to put weight on. I think he's about 268, 270. He needs to weigh a little bit more than that. But I think he could do that. Last year, Will Campbell was one of the highest drafted people, not just arm length, but wingspan at tackle ever.
And it's really short.
And we saw
in the playoffs
as it went along in the
Super
playoffs.
Bowl.
And he had some time in the season too where it just didn't work out for him. So I think anytime you get that kind of historical perspective, you have to wonder. But every time, though, remember this: somebody is going to break that run. I remember when the cornerback for the Kansas City Chiefs was drafted, McDougal, what's his name?
McDougal.
Right? He got drafted, and he had arms too short to be a starting corner. Well, he survived. He's playing with them, right?
Yep.
So there's always going to be one guy who's going to break that cycle. I love Bain. I told him, I said, all he needs to do is walk around with his phone with his highlight package. And when somebody asks him a question about it, go, look at me and look at the teams I'm playing against.
Trust the tape.
And I played 16 games, and in my 16th game, I was as good as I was in my first game.
Yeah.
That's what I am. That's what I'd have done. But yeah, but you just have to worry about it. I don't think he's gonna drop past 10. I think he's still a top 10 player.
Okay.
Yeah. I think what you're gonna get is you're gonna get the rusher, edge rusher, and linebacker out of Ohio State. You're going to get, for sure, at least 2 wide receivers.
Okay.
You're going to get Love at running back.
Fernando Mendoza.
You know you're getting Fernando Mendoza.
I think you're at 6 players
And
now?
you're going to get 3 offensive linemen.
Okay.
So that puts you at what, 9?
I think that's at 9.
I think that's 9.
At 9. Then you get, after that, it's probably the next pass rusher.
Did you mention David Bailey?
At 10, that's one of my 3. Well, no, I didn't mention David Bailey. So David
Bailey.
Bailey. I don't know how good I know the numbers he put up. I do. When I watch him, and then I watch the guy who played opposite of him, that guy looks better than David Bailey does. Like, he looks more athletic running around. So I don't know how good David Bailey is, but people are arguing him over Avell Reese at 2. Yeah. I don't see that, but I know one thing. Styles went from being a guy who people thought was 12 to 15 to being like 5 to 10
because
he showed his size too.
I'm trying to remember, there's a spot I listened to, and it's basically like don't use the same numbers twice. And it was basically like you knew that he had this freak show stuff in it. Like now maybe you didn't know it officially, but now you know it. It's like that's where maybe you get in trouble, is when you allow the numbers to affect you that much. Like if you already liked him based off the tape, then take him.
There were people. I was talking to Damon about this. There were people that had Sonny above Reese. They had him in terms of their rankings. It just wasn't the overall that you saw in terms of mock drafts. So people knew it. That same thing with Bain, though. Don't double up. You knew that he was going to be less than 31 inches. Yeah. Don't double up. So I look at this as I think there are going to be trades in that first 15 picks, because I think they're like Tennessee, for example. Tennessee went out and got himself a pass rusher with a trade, right? Now, what do they need? They need a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Right? Do you take the wide receiver at 4? Or do you talk to somebody who's at 8, 9, 10 and say, would you like to come up and grab the best wide receiver, and we'll move back and take one of these defensive pass rushers, take one of the wide receivers. You want to come up with one of the defensive pass rushers. I can see that happening. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah.
And the Saints are sitting there at 8, and everybody is saying love to them, right? Everybody's saying that. I personally would much rather them take a pass rusher or a wide receiver, but everybody's saying running back to them now too. So they might be sitting at 8, and somebody wants to come up and get love, and they trade down. So I think there are going to be some movements early on.
Speaking of running backs, what did you think of Emmett, who did compete in every event? ran the 4.56 in the 40. What did you make of his combine?
I felt bad for him because of where he was associated in the draft. I mean, in the combine. So every time he ran, instead of them talking about him, Love was next. So they never really commented on how Emmett did in any of the drills because Love was next, right?
Yeah.
And so I felt bad for him, but he caught all the balls, looked good running in space. He did all the drills, 16 in terms of the 225. So he did okay in the bench press. I wish his 10 would have been a little bit faster. 159 is not horrible, but I was hoping that he'd be, because he's more quick than fast, I was hoping he'd be more like 156, 155. His vert was good. Broad was okay. I think he's still where he thought he was. I had him ranked coming in this whole process. I had him ranked 10th. And then after some of those guys that were on the list didn't come out, Fletcher went back to Miami. Scooter went wherever he transferred to. So I think I had him at like 6 with those guys. I still think he's 5 or 6. I never thought he was 3. Like a lot of people have him. I think he's 5 or 6, which means he'd be in the late 3rd, early 4th round.
Right.
Yeah, which is a great spot. People who think that he comes back and he makes more money at Nebraska and puts more wear and tear on him. It makes no sense.
Scatterbu was the 8th taken running back last year.
We had those numbers last year.
Yeah, made $5 million.
Yep, right.
And he's got to deal with the Giants.
Yeah, you have the guarantee. Because the first year base salary, yes, it's like $235. It's not crazy. But then you look at everything else you get with your signing bonus, your roster bonus the next year. So yeah, it adds up to the point where you're like, he's not going to make that much money in college. He's just not in Nebraska. But I thought he did well. He showed out. The problem with it is that Price is just incredible looking, right? So Jadarian Price is incredible looking. So you can't not think him. Love is also incredible. Look at the way he catches the ball out of the backfield and how quick he is. And then after that, Washington out of Arkansas ran that great time and had an incredible Senior Bowl. Every time they talked about running back Senior Bowl, they talked about him. So now you're at 3. Then there's a couple other guys who are kind of either the big guys or the other little guys like Emmett. And so I think Emmett falls behind a couple of those and is the 5th or 6th guy that goes.
6 from the 310, which is California, says, is this the worst quarterback draft ever?
I think I said this to you. Only 6 running backs and quarterbacks combined in
top 100.
In the top 100.
Yeah.
So, well, no, you know why it can't be that? Because Geno Smith was, I believe,
was it
both Manuel and Smith.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Yeah. So when Manuel went, I think he went either
in the teens, right?
End of the first round. Maybe 18, something like that. And then you didn't have Smith go to the 2nd round.
Yeah.
They are going to have the number 1 overall pick. Somebody's going to, for whatever reason, take Simpson. I don't know why.
In the first, do you think?
Yeah, I think the way it looks,
Steelers?
I wouldn't be surprised if the Steelers take him.
Yeah.
Although I think the better thing would be somebody drafting back in to the first round to take him. Like he has a drop. Somebody looks up and goes, oh, he's sitting at 21, 22. Let's come up and get him. Cole Payton will probably be a 2nd, 3rd rounder. The guy Nussmeier's the guy that if he's healthy, he's a 1st round pick. I know he wasn't healthy last year. He had one of the worst injuries you could have for a quarterback. He had, an abdominal issue in terms of pulled muscle stuff. So he couldn't really turn or to throw the ball. I still think he can be athletic enough and throws the ball well to be a 1st rounder. So he'd be a steal in the 2nd round. Allers is good. Somebody's going to look at all that talent and size and take him. They are. They are.
Sure they are.
You're gonna have 5 or 6 guys go in the first 2 days. That's obviously not what you had when you had 6 go in the first 12 picks or whatever.
Yeah,
the year of Bo Nix.
That's the problem is you had a couple of drafts now where you've had a really quarterback heavy draft. And so this year's going to look pale by comparison. By the way, EJ Manuel was 16th overall.
16th, okay. Yeah.
16th by the Bills.
So that's obviously, it's better this year to have the number 1 overall guy.
Yeah.
And then to have make Geno wait all the way to the 2nd day. It's not going to be that bad. And we've had drafts before where you had one quarterback go and be really, really good, and then everybody after them, right? Cam Newton was number 1 overall.
Yep.
The next 4 guys or 5 guys weren't good. As you had Ponder, who went that draft, right? You had the Washington quarterback go, who didn't want to play football anymore. He went to Tennessee, right?
Yep.
And then there was 2 more guys in that draft that weren't very good either. So is it a better draft for quarterbacks when you have a bunch of guys go, but they aren't good? Or is it a better one when you have average guys who ended up,
Jake Locker.
Jake Locker, thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow,
So
that was rough. Locker at 8, Gabbard at 10, Christian Ponder at 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was rough.
That is gross.
Yeah. And then the second round or the third round was who?
Second round was Andy Dalton. So, I mean, you got a starter there.
Yeah.
Colin Kaepernick.
There you go.
Colin Kaepernick, he lasted a while. Went
Third
to a
round,
Super Bowl. And then he was actually a second rounder. And then after that, I'm not seeing.
And that was it.
First third rounder was Ryan Mallett.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
So, it's hard to judge. I know this. I don't ever remember a year where so few running backs were considered for the first 2 days, and so few quarterbacks were considered for the first 2 days. Yeah, I don't remember that happening.
One funny thing to wrap on this week. I saw this tweet yesterday.
Okay.
Is this not the best idea for a candle you've ever seen?
That's pretty good.
So if you remember Indiana Jones,
So this is spoiler alert for the end of Indiana Jones.
That is a great idea.
where the German secret agent
designated Hitler,
his
Nazi.
his face melts
when they open
when they open the
Ark of the Covenant.
The Ark of the Covenant. I almost said the Holy Grail.
Yeah.
But there is a candle where you can melt his.
That is
face.
a great idea.
I love that candle. That scene at the end where his face melts, the other guy's head explodes.
Yep.
Was the first time we went in, and I had the VHS tape, and we would go in,
rewind it frame by frame,
just watch and for its time, and we're talking 44 years ago.
Wow.
Really good special effects to see a guy's face melt, and it looks somewhat real.
It's funny you mentioned the Holy Grail. That is one of the worst looking special effects ever. At the end of that, when he shows poorly and he drinks out of the wrong cup, and then he ages, it looks horrible.
Yeah,
it looks so bad. So,
well, they didn't put as much into it, but I want one of these candles.
That is a great idea for a candle. I would take that in a heartbeat. That was for a long time in my top 10 movies. Raiders was.
What bumped it out?
Probably The Martian.
Good movie.
Probably The Martian. But yeah, Raiders was up there for a long time.
Raiders is a classic.
Then Raiders led to all those other movies being made that were similar to him. Guy who goes out, independent guy, whether he is an archaeologist or he's a mathematician or something like that. Even to the movies we have like National Treasure and those kind of movies.
Oh yeah,
they're all very similar.
Oh, they're all very much it's all based on the same thing. And the crazy thing was, Raiders of the Lost Ark was all based on stuff.
Exactly.
From George Lucas and Steven Spielberg's youth.
Yeah, well, it's a great idea. He said he wanted to put Harrison Ford in something.
Yeah,
and they said, hey, I got something for him. And it ended up being
his
second greatest role.
Well, that was going to be my question.
His second greatest role. It has to be.
You think?
I mean, Han Solo is one of the coolest people in movie history.
It is, but
they named the dog Indiana, John.
I know they named the dog Indiana.
His name's Junior.
But when you Raiders is his vehicle.
Sure.
You can probably still do Star Wars without him as Han Solo.
Well, they almost did Return of the Jedi without him.
Not as fun, though.
Right.
They almost did.
No, it's not as fun.
He almost didn't do it, yeah.
It's kind of like a chicken and the egg. I mean, obviously the Han Solo thing, and he mentioned it last night at his speech, the Han Solo character made him.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But the Raiders character was like the first one that felt like, okay.
When was he not cool? I mean, in American Graffiti,
he was cool.
He's in this much of the movie, and he's cool as all get out, right?
Yeah.
He's just a cool dude. Right now, we watch Shrinking.
I was going to ask
and
you
my wife
Shrinking.
said
He's
the
cool
other
on
day,
Shrinking.
my wife said the other day, I think he's hotter now than he was 40 years ago.
Do you watch Shrinking, John?
I've never heard of it. What is
it's on Apple.
It's on Apple TV.
He is
a therapist.
Yeah, he's a therapist.
He's in charge of a therapist office.
Jason Segel. It's Jason Segel is the star of the show, but yeah, Harrison
Yeah.
Ford, he's awesome in it.
He's incredible in it, and he's 82.
Yeah, he's old.
Something like that.
Something like that, and looks great. He's in great shape.
He does look great.
And he's now a sex symbol again in the 80s, which is crazy.
He is 83. He'll be
83 years
84 in July.
Wow. Yeah, it's a very funny show. You laugh out loud repeatedly.
It's a very
at that
emotional show too.
Yeah, we are in some primetime TV right now. Stuff has come back. I am so excited. I'm watching
Industry
right
I asked
now.
Michael about it like 2 weeks ago, and now he's halfway through the show.
I'm into the third season now, which is. And then when she died next to him, I was like,
spoiler alert.
moly. I mean, there's multiple people that died, dude. Don't worry about that. But when she dies, I was like, oh my God.
You got some deaths coming up.
Yes, you have some deaths coming up. And I'm watching the another show that's on Hulu, the one where they're inside of they were inside of that bubble world because the world had gotten the caldera had happened where the volcano happens, and it messed up the whole world. You know what I'm talking about? With the,
I know
the
which
black
one
dude?
you're talking about. Yeah.
That started back up. That's in its third
Yeah.
season now.
Yeah.
I'm excited. There's good TV out there right now.
Interesting.
Because there's not. I mean, there's nothing coming up sports wise. So sports is pretty much over until.
What do you mean the World Baseball Classic?
August, we got sports coming back.
World Baseball Classic.
Can't wait till August when sports comes
Man,
back.
I had one basketball question for you, but I guess I can't ask that. Maybe I'll. Save
Is it
for next-
college? I watch college.
Yeah, it's a college question.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So Sam McCune, real quick. Sam McCune wrote in his John, you might want to plug your ears. He wrote about the Nebraska Creighton rivalry. He said that the series is flipped for sure, and maybe for a bit, Creighton is a rare program, or is at a rare program crossroads. Nebraska's in firm control of the rivalry.
Who's the head coach next year for Creighton?
For Creighton?
Is it Greg still?
We don't know.
I don't think it's going to be him anymore.
If you say
I've
it's
changed my mind.
McDermott, I say slow your roll. I wouldn't be surprised if look at the amount of guys they have coming back.
Sure.
You know they're going to go in the portal and build on it.
Mm-hmm.
Nebraska loses their best shooter and the best scorer, and their second best shooter and scorer, and their third best, right?
No. Price
He's not-
you think Price is going
Oh,
to
I thought Price was going to go to the league.
Oh, you think he's going the pros?
Well,
I
I mean,
would figure. I mean, God, he's scoring 30 points a game now this last couple of games. And first team
it's
all
always
Big
a
10.
possibility. It's always a possibility.
First team all Big Ten. Everybody that talks about him like a pro.
But they're for sure losing Sam, who is
losing
And
Sam,
Rink, right?
Losing Rink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I figured they're going to lose all three of them because I thought the Price was going to go to the league.
But if Price and Frager came back,
If he come back, yeah. But then look who everybody who's coming back for Creighton too. And then what'd you have? You have one guy being injured the entire season before, who was going to be your best 3-point shooter probably. And then you have another guy who's dealing with his mom being sick and dying, and another guy who can't play. Right? I mean,
well, Dix won't be back next year.
well, no, I'm saying this year. That's why it looked this bad this year.
Sure.
Next year, you're going to get everybody back. You could have everybody back except for Dix and Harper, right?
Yeah.
Not
Well,
Harper,
I mean,
the other one.
The rosters can change too violently to make any bold proclamations on whether or not. I mean, certainly Nebraska's had the better of Creighton the last couple of years, but in terms of taking over the rivalry for a while,
I'm not saying I don't want it to happen.
I would wait to see.
I'm not saying I don't want it to happen, but that would mean that
Nobody wants it to happen.
Yeah, a lot of people do. Pretty much everybody outside of a small swath in
guess
Omaha
what?
Metro.
And guess what? They don't matter.
Yeah, so they matter a lot.
They don't matter.
They add to our economy. They would have to go like 8 of 9 to do what Creighton did when they owned the rivalry.
oh yeah, for sure.
Right? And so they're not even halfway there. So let's slow the roll. I understand why Sam's trying to sell papers though. So
Or
that circles all the way back to the beginning of our conversation.
Better yet, just focus on getting that tournament win.
I've said that all along. I say that constantly. That is all we should be talking about.
That's what he said when he filled in for you a couple
I
weeks
said
ago.
it to you when you were like, well, they're too good to only win one game. And I'm like, dude, relax. Win the one game.
I mean,
then see what happens.
John might be trying to jinx it.
John was trying to jinx. I know I said that.
If you're a 2 or a 3 seed, you should be.
Look, I understand. I completely understand. They've been a 3 seed before. I don't remember them winning a game.
That was a long time
That was
ago.
a basketball tournament.
That was a long time ago, and they lost to Xavier. Welcome to the Big East.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
The Big East should ever talk about good basketball currently. That's
Well,
a
not
bad
this year.
league, bro. I watch a lot of those. This is a bad league.
This year it is, yeah.
Yeah, it's really bad. It wasn't even great last year.
It was good enough.
I mean, when the tippity top is good and the other 7 guys, other 7 teams aren't good, what do you call the league?
Bad.
Bad, right?
It was okay last year. It wasn't. This year is bad.
This year's tragic. The fact that Creighton has played the way they have in their 5th spot still?
6 now.
Oh, they did after losing yesterday?
Yeah.
Whenever. Saturday. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well,
good to see you, Michael.
Go Nebraska
Michael's
basketball.
in for
win
you
one.
next week if necessary.
If necessary.
Wednesday. It just depends
Do you
on
have
what
to?
seed.
Do they have to win?
So if Creighton loses and they fall to the 7 seed,
Yeah.
then we'll need you.
Butler. They lose to Butler.
Yeah, but if
Okay.
they end up-
but
they need other stuff's going to happen.
other stuff
too.
has to happen.
But if
Okay.
they are a 6, then
you don't need me.
But we would probably need you Thursday. So
okay. Yeah.
I'm going to ask. I'm just going to keep bugging you.
All right,
Creighton
cool.
wins
I have a
two
list of irrational things I'm
was
pissed
hoping
about.
you
I
would.
have a list made. I'm ready to go. I'm constantly
What,
keeping
an
it.
hour of hate?
I wish it's not an hour.
It's
like
a
about 10
segment.
minutes.
It's a
10 minutes of
Yeah,
hate?
just stuff that I
It's
irrationally.
great. We almost get to it at the start of every show. It's
Okay.
like we do our first few segments. We
I mean,
set
we
everything up.
we could have done it here.
No, we got to save it. It's a good topic.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I keep a running list though on my phone.
Oh,
of just
so there's
things that I'm
how
irrationally
much do you
hateful.
add to it every day?
At least one a day.
At least one a day.
At least one a day.
At
If
least-
I leave the house, if I don't just go to work and go home,
Yeah.
if I like go anywhere. Today I'm riding behind this person who's talking on
So
their phone.
this is today's
I'm
irrational
riding behind this
hate.
person who's
Okay.
talking on their phone. They're going 20 miles an hour on Center Street,
Yikes.
where it's 40.
Yeah.
And I know they're on their phone
Matt
because, their head is going like this. And as soon as they no longer are on the phone, 45. What is wrong? Is your mouth attached to your foot?
Oh, I was right. I was driving with this guy on the interstate the other night coming home from Omaha, and his big old Suburban's kind of dancing dancing over the line. I'm like, what is going on with this guy? And he's one of those typical guys where somebody goes past him really fast.
Then he goes fast.
And then he goes fast.
Yeah.
Well, eventually he ends up over in the right lane, and he ends up behind this truck and is slowing down. And I get up next to him, and I was just like, what is wrong with this guy? And I look over, and guess what he's got? Sitting, resting on top of his steering wheel, just shining
he's
up on
rewatching
his
the Nebraska
face.
game.
Yeah.
Fire,
Yeah.
Matt.
All right, we got to go to break.
All right, see you guys.
Bye, Michael.
16:20 the zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Nick.
Hello.
Content.
On Saturday, USC's Chad Baker Mazzara left the game against Nebraska going back to the locker room for what we thought was an injury. Later on, he returned to the court but sat in the front row of the stands. On Sunday, it was annoyed he was no longer with the team. Announced he was no longer with the team. That'd be a really annoying mistake to make.
He was obviously annoyed.
What the hell happened here?
With the sentence or with Baker Mazzara?
Yes.
Methinks he quit.
Yeah, it's a tough look.
Which is weird, though, but why would you come back out
just
in uniform, sit in the front row on the baseline seats?
Very odd.
It made very little sense to me, but...
By the way, he's 26 years old.
Yeah.
Get him out of college. Age limits.
Get a job.
Yeah, get it seriously.
Get a haircut and get a real job.
It was wild, man. Like, watching him in the stands, the lady next to him was on her phone. Very strange. Very strange.
Weird. Targeting penalties have steadily declined since 2020, dropping from about 1 in every 4 games to approximately 1 in every 7 games last season. NCAA coordinator of officials Steve Shaw said on Friday. That's a title, coordinator of officials. What's your takeaway from this stat?
That they need to change the damn penalty.
Oh, because like the players are getting better at it?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, we've been talking about it for a while. Make it like flagrant 1, flagrant 2.
Yeah.
I think that would be great. I would also say, like, this shows adaptation and it shows athletes are learning. And, it's why, like, when they first started making changes 15 years ago in the NFL, it was going to be really hard to legislate that out for that generation because they had always grown up with it being legal.
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly it was not. And now we are getting into the generations of players who this is the world of football that they have grown up in. So you would actually figure that, I'm guessing those numbers are going to continue to drop. Like at a certain point, it's going to flatline. It can't just drop forever. It won't go away. People make mistakes. But I'm with you. The other lesson is let's change the punishment itself.
Florida beat Arkansas by 34 points on Saturday, matching the worst margin of defeat in John Calipari's career. Wait a minute. My first year at UMass had to have some of these, Cal said after the loss. He added, look, I've done this so long, stuff happens. Does stuff happen?
It does sometimes. That said, I can't imagine the reaction around here if any one of the coaches, after getting the fannies waxed, said stuff happens. At least he didn't say bleep happens. Kentucky fans might have fired him if he would have said this back in the day.
Well, but that's Kentucky. That's a whole different animal.
Arkansas is worried about football, probably.
Arkansas is just happy that Calipari's got him playing well, except for on this night. But
Shout
remember,
out.
when you're going up against a buzzsaw known as the defending national champion, Florida Gators. I mean, the fact that they were able to keep it within 34 points, I'd claim it's a moral victory for the Hogs.
Wow. Congratulations. Florida is the best team ever, says some.
It was announced, not annoyed, over the weekend that Creighton will host Nebraska at DJ Sokol Arena for a spring volleyball scrimmage on April 17th. Is this a hashtag One Beer Friday Grum trip?
We could.
Is it a Friday?
It's a Friday.
That sounds awesome.
This might be kind of fun.
I think this is awesome.
Do
that
the
they're
show
doing this.
from the arena.
When we had Marcus Blossom on at the beginning of the season, I asked him a question about, like, have you ever thought about putting the game there? And I get why they wouldn't want to, because at the big arena, there's more seats, they sell more tickets, they make more money.
There's more revenue.
But man, I think the environment would be much tougher for Nebraska if it was at DJ Sokol Arena. There would be more Blue Jay fans. Obviously, size alone would say that, but also I would say pound for pound, there'd be more Blue Jay fans there as well. I think this is super cool. I would love to have a One Beer Friday Grum trip.
All right, well, we'll see what we can do.
The World Baseball Classic will hold some exhibition games versus the Major League clubs tomorrow and Wednesday, with a full day of pool play Friday featuring Team USA versus Brazil. The WBC put out its power rankings and listed Japan, followed by the US, Dominican Republic, Venezuela, and Mexico in the top 5. As a man who appreciates Japan's love of the beautiful game, this satisfies me. Go Carp. How about you?
I am not satisfied, but I am happy Nick is.
This is very sad. Very,
Why?
very
What's
sad
wrong?
because this is our sport. This is our
And America
national...
forsook it. Forsaked it?
Well, yeah, because people like Josh.
Football!
I'd rather read books and watch Andor.
Dude, I'm like halfway through. Wait, you're getting critical of me for watching a Star Wars show? Pathetic. Second of all, I'm halfway through the book I just started yesterday. It's awesome. Third, I like...
How far into his struggle is he?
Not reading that one. The German book is next, though. I'm very excited for it.
I'm going to tell you this much. It doesn't end well.
I don't think it will, sadly. But no, I'm watching other sports. I'm watching basketball. I was watching the Kansas-Arizona game on Saturday.
That went bad on Kansas.
Thank
Woo!
God.
Speaking of basketball, Tyler Reddick won again yesterday, becoming the first NASCAR driver to sweep the first 3 races of the
I
season.
thought you said speaking of basketball.
Reddick, who drives for Michael Jordan's team, decided to have a little fun by mimicking the famous photo of Jordan celebrating his first three-peat.
You remember the picture? Michael's kind of leaning up against the locker room wall with the hat on, holding the basketball and looking away from the camera, just holds up them big 3 fingers.
Yep.
Well, Tyler Reddick did the same thing in Victory Lane last night with the trophy. This is amazing. Now Richard Petty couldn't do this. Win the first 3 races of the year.
Wow, Richard Petty, that guy sucked. Overrated. This guy seems better than him.
Highly unlikely.
He won 3 in a row, and you just said Richard Petty never did it.
There is something going on with that 23X team. I wonder what it is.
Probably cheating.
Steroids?
2311.
Probably cheating.
Yeah.
Steroids?
Finally,
Oh, man, it's already done.
seems as if the purchase of TNT Sports will go to Paramount. This means TNT's current package of sports like TBS's Major League Baseball, the NHL Summer, NASCAR, and the sub-leased college football playoff games will end up under the CBS Sports umbrella. Could this merger rival ESPN?
You call it the NHL Summer?
I read what's on the page.
It was NHL, Summer NASCAR.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of good stuff, obviously.
When you combine with what CBS already has.
Yeah, very funny. Yeah, that's good. That's a good selection of games and sports. And they would obviously have the NFL, given that they're under the CBS umbrella, too.
Correct. And get ready.
What?
Paramount Plus, HBO Max.
Handshake meme. Now, do we still get a free membership
I
with our
don't-
great 24/7
I don't
sports
know.
subscription?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
This is a monopoly, Nick. Your thoughts?
Awesome.
Yeah, monopolies are usually great for the consumer. So this will assuredly be great.
The time.
Mm-hmm.
Though I did read somewhere where this merged company will have approximately $79 billion in debt.
Yikes.
This doesn't seem like great business strategy, but hey, whatever.
Michael Severe texts in, comma!
Yeah, it was a comma. There was
The
a
comma was there. That's not even a John mistake. Like, I would love to say that John screwed up, but it was Nick.
Yeah.
Man, I don't make mistakes, man.
NHL Summer.
NHL Summer.
I mean, NHL does usually finish up at like the very beginning of summer, June 22nd, when the College World Series is almost over. I'm sorry, Nick. And then it's football season.
No, it's not football season.
It will be after the College World Series.
Long after the College World Series.
You could smell it by that point.
No, that's you. That's the funk coming off of you.
No, I shower every day.
After you've been huffing it back and forth between both dugouts. Trying to tell the folks about who's doing what in the dugouts.
I am going to be
Mr. Sideline.
I love baseball. I've always said it, and I love college baseball. I can't wait to talk about balls and strikes with the coaches. Is your pitcher going to pitch a strike today, Coach? Good question. Am I right?
Is your pitcher going to pitch a strike today?
Hey, watch one pitcher throw a ball, get pulled, and then I'll be right about that question.
What's for dinner is next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Tonight, it's meatloaf.
Yum.
Meatloaf.
But it's the way my wife now makes it, where she makes it like it's a big pie.
That sounds delicious.
Where the meat is the crust. It's a thick layer of ground beef on the crust. And then
meat layer.
And then the potatoes are in the middle, and then there's a layer of cheese on that. It improves the meatloaf greatly.
Chipotle ranch chicken salad.
Nice.
Or Chipotle ranch salad with chicken in it, not like a chicken salad.
Yeah.
You know.
I have no idea. We'll figure it out.
Okay. Great job, everybody.
We did it.
We did it.
Austin Jacobson in tomorrow. Brunts, Sipple, and maybe John from the road.
I'll be in the